Yo, back again. Happy holidays to everyone. Happy holiday today. Hope you had a good weekend. Yes, I know. Is ready to do shit. Right. Hopefully that works. Okay, Sonny, thank you. Hey, Rashima, how you doing? What's it gonna do? Man, that's hilarious. All right. Okay. Thanks, Sonny. I appreciate the support, sweetheart. Thank you so much. I did have a good dinner with my nephews, my sister, and my brother-in-law. We had a good dinner. I made ribs, pork ribs in the oven, some vegetables, some pasta, and my sister made some chicken on the barbecue. So it was pretty good. Wasn't bad at all. And as soon as I step outside, I took my dog for a walk, and all I smell is people's barbecues going crazy outside. That's all I smell outside is barbecue. I'm like, damn, everybody's cooking barbecue tonight. It's a nice night here. It's nice and calm. There's no wind. The weather's good. Oh, that's fine. It's all good. I look at it as I always look at it as support and an act of kindness, and I appreciate it. I'm not one of those people who, exactly want to be popular or need, people that I feel like everybody comes into each other's life for a reason. So it's good. The more we help each other and the more we help other people, it helps, everything get better. It's how it's supposed to be. Thank God it's happening in those good ways. A lot of people don't have no goodness in their heart anymore. I actually pretty much almost gave up on helping people on here because it got really bad on YouTube for a long time. It's a lot of negative people. A lot of negative people. So it's nice to meet some decent people, trustworthy people, helpful people for once. Because I pretty much was like, the hell with this. I'm not dealing with these people. That's why I went to Instagram to be with the nicest people. Oh, right. Yeah, that's fine. Hey, MZ, how you doing? Do I also celebrate British holidays like Jubilee? What is Jubilee? I'm not sure what that is. But British holidays are celebrated here Um, what was I gonna say? British holidays are celebrated here in Bermuda. Yeah. All right. Um, oh, you mean like the royal the queen and all that stuff? No, we don't celebrate that stuff. No. Like we have a holiday for the queen's birthday. Yeah. Yeah, we celebrate her birthday because we're a British colony. But we celebrate her birthday, but we don't celebrate like that 25 years and all that stuff. Because a lot of people don't even care about her like that. Like only the British people celebrate it. The American people that are here, they could care less. The Bermudians could care less because a lot of people here have like this thing where this is our country and we don't care about the British and things like that. But we Bermuda has tried to go independent in the past, but it's a bad idea. So we'll end up, ruined, in my opinion. No, you're not. No, don't be sorry. I don't mind you asking. It doesn't make no difference to me. I'm just telling you exactly how the people feel here. Now you can ask me anything, sweetheart. That's fine. It's just here in Bermuda it's different. A lot of people don't really care about like the queen and the royal family and a lot of people here they just like they don't even care about our own government. They don't like the government at all. Like the thing is that everybody's divided here in Bermuda. The black people are on one side, the white people on the other, then the Filipinos are on one side, the Portuguese people are on their side, and everybody's divided. It's annoying, because everybody they're like the government has tried to divide everybody, but the problem lies within the government. The government here is corrupt like everybody else's. Um, they don't help anybody. We have three political parties here, um, and both parties change politicians. Like some politicians were on one side, then they changed to the other side because that's where the other side is probably going to win or whatever. Some constituencies here have the same MPs, like the same members of parliament and things like that. It never changes because it's too corrupt. People are always separated or talking bad about each other. It's really annoying. Um, Here there is like there's a majority and there is like a bunch of people who are crazy. Like it's just stupid. The younger generation has ruined things, in my opinion. The like I'm 45, so the people that are my age and older, like we have more common sense and we know what's going on. But the problem is the youth are corrupted by the system, and then they don't even vote. They don't even care. I haven't voted for a government in a few years. It's because I refuse to, because the government don't do anything to me. I actually had a story here that I said not too long ago. I don't know if it was here or Instagram, but I remember when I started my business, it was like maybe the fourth year, and it was right around election time. So the uh, the guy who was running for his constituency, the member of parliament, like the guy, he calls me up, and I'm like, how does this guy get my number, right? And he's like, oh hi, how you doing? I'm so and so, and I want you to vote for me, but I want to know what bothers you. I want to. Do you have a minute? And I was busy at the time, right? And I was like, I'm gonna get him. I'm gonna make sure he never calls me again because I can't stand these people, right? Because they always like they give me like these broken promises, like. So he was like, oh, I'm running in the neighborhood. I want to get your mom and dad's vote, your vote, I want to try and, beat this guy. He's been there for years, and, tell me what I can do for you. So that way, I want your vote. Like, what can I do? I was like, first of all, you're not getting my vote. Second of all, I don't vote. And he goes, oh, what do you mean? You should vote. Every vote counts. I'm like, well, if that's the case, and you can get somebody else's vote, because the only way I'm going to vote for you is if you give me work. And he says, what do you mean? I said, I have my own business. And if you can give me work and guarantee me work, then I'll vote for you. I said, that's an even trade. What do you think? What is your analysis on that, sir? And he goes, oh, I'll get back to you. What do you do? I said, I do electrical, I do paint, maintenance, I do a whole pile of things. I said, I'm right on the job right now. You want me to send you pictures? And he was like, oh, yeah, man, that's great for you, blah, 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 blah. And I was like, okay, yeah, this is like 10 years ago. So anyway, he was wanting my vote. And I said, look, I'm not giving you a vote because I don't vote for governments. But I said, the only way I'll vote for you is if you give me work. So if you can call me between now and the time you vote and give me some guaranteed work, then I'll vote for you. I said, that's an even trade, in my opinion. He never called me back. Never, ever called me back. He never called me back, never gave me work, and I never saw him ever since. He added me to Facebook. I never added him. We had a very good premier here, a very good president here, and they kicked him out. And the people are delusional. They got rid of him because of the color of his skin. So unfortunately, that's the case, here. But he did a lot for Bermuda. He's still doing a lot for Bermuda. And people voted for a moron that doesn't have nothing. He has no clue what he's doing. He's put Bermuda in billions and billions of dollars of debt. He's been caught doing bad things. People are completely dissing him on the internet. He's younger than me. He's 43, something like that. He has no clue what he's doing. And he was saying that foreigners are coming here to take our money and take this and take our jobs, but you're married to a foreigner. He makes no sense. Foreigners don't have, it's not the foreigners' fault. Every single country in the world has foreigners in it, and they want to better their life, so they go to a different country. So you're pretty much, you got to think of it as you're gaining someone who's actually going to work, love your country, respect your country, and do what they have to do, what they're here for. Or you're going to get somebody that's a joke, and then you send them back. And I want to ask the government many times, I said, do you think that there's only foreigners in Bermuda or something, and no Bermudians nowhere else in the world? You know how many Bermudians I know personally that I went to school with are in the United States right now, living. They married a person from the United States. They got, their whatever, their papers, status, whatever you want to call it. They got their work permits and stuff, and they're living there and they don't come back. So what's the difference of people coming here and us going to another country? Do you know how many Bermudians are in England right now and don't come back? Because they found somebody, they married them, and they won't come back, because Bermuda is, a small ass island that only has limited things to do. There's so many people that there's foreigners everywhere. There's foreigners in every country. So how is that a problem? I don't understand why people say that. It's so stupid. The government makes no sense sometimes. They talk shit, and then they're doing this. We're doing the same things in other countries. So what's the difference? You're right. There's no common sense. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Well, 60 years ago, my dad, he was born in Portugal, in an island called the Azores, right? And he went ahead and said, he was 18, and his dad and mom was already here, like trying to better their life. They were here already. My grandfather and grandmother came here 70 years ago. And, Bermuda was a small place with a small population. Portuguese, black, white people were here. They all try, things were not that great, but, they was trying to build the community, build the island, make it better. So they had to bring in foreigners from different countries, from Jamaica. There's tons of Jamaicans here, Filipinos, Portuguese people, English people, Americans. There's all nationalities here from all over the world. So they bring these people in to build buildings, to do construction, to do things, because there wasn't enough people here to do the stuff. So things were booming. So my dad came here when he was 18. And he never looked back. He never went back to the Azores to live. He never bought a house there. He didn't do none of that stuff. And back then, they were giving status to those who were here for 5 years. And when my dad reached 23, he was born here. But when he was 21, he was dating my mom, and then got enough money to get her plane ticket and bring her to Bermuda. And he married her here, and started his life. And that's how Marky became here. And I've been to the Azores, and I'd rather live here than live there. The Azores in Portugal is a beautiful place, but Bermuda is the place to be for me. It's my home, it's my country. And a lot of people here, they claim that this is their country because of the color of their skin or their nationality, which is totally stupid. Because every country has tons of people who are born there from a different nationality. No, not Azores, the Azores. I'll type it. Go look it up. It's a beautiful island. It's a beautiful island off the coast of Portugal, and there's another place called Madeira. And I said I would get my stepmom to Bermuda. It's fun. Yeah, I would. If you ever come here, if your stepmom or she comes here, no problem. Just let me know, and you'll have a great time. This is a beautiful place to be. Hey Barb, how you doing? Good evening. Happy holiday. But like I said, I've been all over the world. I've been to Germany, to London. I've been to all over the United States. I've been to Portugal a couple of times. I've been to the Azores tons of times. I've been to the other island called Madeira. I've traveled, but the best place for me is home, is here. And I'm glad my parents migrated here and, made their life here, because my dad had common sense. He knew that back home wasn't going to cut it for him, but because I'm Portuguese, some people will look at me and say, oh, go back to your country. And I'll be like, what the fuck are you talking about? Go back to my country. I was born here. And by the way, did you serve in the army here by any chance? Oh, you didn't, but guess who did? Me. So that makes me a full Bermudian moron, because I served my country. I was in the army for 3 years. And back in my day, it was mandatory. You had to go. And now you don't have to. So I tell some people that aggravate me, I tell them you're a fake Bermudian because you never served your country like me. That's how I get people to shut up, because there's a lot of it's everywhere in the world, racism, and stupidity about, go back to your country bullshit. All that stuff is just stupid people who don't have common sense. Because, the people who founded these countries are not even that nationality. But, people are stupid. They say stupid things, do stupid things, offend people in different ways. And it's sad, but I love Bermuda. It's the best place for me, Yeah, well, they say I'm not Bermudian sometimes because of, I'm Portuguese. So because my parents are from the Azores, from Portugal, they don't consider me, because I was born here, I'm not Bermudian, you know what I mean? Because I was born here, I'm Bermudian by law, but I'm still Portuguese. So because my parents were not from here, they look at me and say, oh, you're not really from here, you're Portuguese. And I'm like, whatever you say. Hey, Milk Tea, how you doing? Yeah, I like I said, I don't pay these people any mind. Like if I gave them my energy, I'd probably go crazy. But I don't really care. It's not all the time, but some people say, there's remarks, which is stupid. But um, the government actually made a Portuguese celebration day here for all the Portuguese people. Because if it wasn't for the Portuguese community here, Bermuda would probably be upside down, inside out. It's very sad because a lot of people, they say bad things about the people who actually do good things in this island. So, but like I said, it's everywhere, man. It's just people are crazy. Yeah, yeah. Bermuda is a very safe place. We don't have, people don't die here from like gun violence every day. Maybe once a month there's a gang related incident, but it's very, very seldom. There's more people that die here from diseases or traffic accidents, self inflicted, um, things like that. But it's not a place where we don't have a high COVID rate. The only thing here is it's very expensive to live and to rent somewhere. You got to be well off to be, completely happy, or you got to work your ass off, or you got to have your own, business, and you got to work. Things are very expensive. Everything has gone up this past month. It's ridiculous prices for everything. It's sad. Every day I see it go up. And then when I go get groceries, I'm like, what the hell did I buy? And I'm looking at my receipt saying, oh shit, no wonder that went up, that went up, that went up, that went up. So it's sad. It's sad. But yeah, I mean, there's good and bad in everywhere you go, in every place. Yeah, even groceries are ridiculous right now. The groceries have gone up a lot. Gas is the same thing. You guys think you have gas problems? Try paying $7 to $9 for gas and $8 for diesel a gallon. Yeah. Here everything is expensive. Bermuda is one of the top 10 most expensive places in the world, unfortunately. But it's really nice to live here. There's hardly any, there's, like I said, the crime rate is very low. It's a beautiful place to live. The only downfall is we get hurricanes, and it looks like we're going to get one at the end of the week. It looks like it's coming towards us. It's not a direct hit, but it's going to like scrape us up. So hopefully it moves. But that's the only thing like that I don't like about living here is I have to, deal with the hurricane crap. But yeah, exactly. It's inevitable after COVID. I was in the grocery store last week, and there was some, like Canadians in there, right? Because they were saying, oh, in Canada, this is this price and this price, and it was like two young girls, and they grabbed like a chocolate, like a bag of chocolates, and she goes, "This is $13. Oh my god, this has got to be wrong." And I started laughing, right? And she looks at me, and I was like, "Welcome to Bermuda." So she goes, "I know, right?" I was like, this is crazy." And I'm like, "Welcome to Bermuda, sweetheart. It's not Canada. We don't have prices like that." And the thing is Bermuda's not a place where we make things and import things to people. It's very rare. We don't really have things like that. We're a small island with 65,000 people. So it's like more of a tourist attraction place than anything. We don't supply anybody with anything. you know yeah, exactly. Yeah, Bermuda's a nice place, but you have to have a big wallet right now. Yeah, it's been like that forever. Yeah. So when I heard there's people complain, I was like, well, you wanted to come here, that's the price you pay. But the thing is in Bermuda, if you have like I have a client where he has multiple houses, he has multiple apartments. So, he's making ridiculous money every month, and that's the only way you're really gonna be like very, very comfortable is if you have a lot of assets, like a lot of things, a lot of money. And but if you live righteous and you live, humble and you don't spend your money, then you can survive here. It's not a problem. I'm a prime example of that. But I have my own business, so it's different for me. You know, I have I have morals and values. I make sure I save my money. I pay my bills. I work. And make sure I have enough money for everything. And I'm very fortunate to have good clients that pay me, and that's the best thing. But I know there's some people here who suffer. They don't want to live here no more. I've seen a lot of people leave, unfortunately. Even a lot of the older people, like you can't retire here and expect to get money from the government. You're not going to get hardly anything. If, like, for instance, my dad gets like 1,500 a month, and my mom probably gets like 600 a month. So let's say they get just over $2,000 a month. That's not enough to live here. You can't live off of 2 grand a month as a couple. Groceries, gas, bills, insurance at that age, it ain't enough. It's not enough to live. No way in hell. So if that's, if my dad didn't have his own house and had money in the bank, he'd be fucked. And my sister and I pay for half of his bills so we can, make sure he's all right, because he'll go, he can't work no more. And today he got diagnosed with hernia. So he might go do an operation to get his hernia fixed if he doesn't get better. But the insurance pays for it, thank God. So, but if he gets that operation, he's going to be out of commission for like 2 months. So guess who has to go and do everything? Mark. So, I know my dad and my mom's not going to be around forever, but I'm going to do everything in my power to help. When my mom broke her arm 2 months ago, I went down there and cooked because my dad doesn't know how to cook, but I went there and cooked for my mom, did my groceries for my mom and dad, took her to grocery shopping because my dad couldn't, my mom couldn't drive. So my dad, he gets gout. Watching my parents get older is not the easiest thing. So I try to help him as much as I can. With the money you make, you can have a match in the USA. You know what? I'll tell you something, Sonny. I'll tell you something. I would say maybe, yeah, right. I'm trying to think of the year. Yeah, it was maybe 2006, 2007. It was before I went on my own. Hey, sweet Gemini, how you doing? Before I went on my own in 2007, I had a good chunk of change, and I was like, I should buy a house in Atlanta because I really loved Atlanta. My best friend was there. He had a business, and he was like, Mark, look, man, move out here. I'll get you a visa, you be good. I'll get you a nice woman. Man, we guys be set, And he had just got married, and he had a Jamaican restaurant. He's a Jamaican guy. And he was one of my best friends. He always had my back. And he was like, come on, Mark, you got to move to Atlanta, man. You're young. Come on, man. Buy a house. I can get you a house for 110 grand. Nice house, 2 garage, just like my house. This whole neighborhood, I'll never forget it. Like it had all these houses that were just built brand new for 110 grand. And I was like, I can never get a house in Bermuda for that much. No way in hell. That's the down payment. You ain't getting no house in Bermuda for no 110 grand. No. You not in this lifetime. Hey, Becca, how you doing? So I wanted to buy this house in Atlanta, and I had like half the money, and I was gonna put like some of it down and then get it. I was this close to living there in 2006, 2007. And then my friend was like, look, man, you got to do it. Come on, you can live in my house. I got 3 bedrooms. You can live here until you buy your own house. Man, he tried to get me there, and then I never went. I never went, because then I ended up starting my own business and stuff like that. No, I can't work in the USA, but I would have worked in his I could have worked at his restaurant, probably illegally at the time, but he was trying to get me to like marry this chick or get with his wife's friend, and then be able to work there illegally. And I was like, look, I'm not going through all that shit. You crazy? So he it was way back in 2006, but I loved Atlanta a lot. Atlanta was like my second home because he had moved there from Jamaica, and he ended up marrying this girl, and he ended up starting a restaurant that was very successful. And I used to DJ at the club on top of the restaurant. So I was set. I was perfect. But it didn't work that way, and I'm still here, and I live in a nice place, and I'm good. It wasn't meant for me to live out in the United States. But my dream, to be honest, a lot of people don't know this, but my dream is to live in Boston one day and be out there forever, because that's where all my sports teams are, and it's 2 hours away from Bermuda by plane, and it's a place that I've always loved. It's like my second home now. I have a lot of family and friends there, but it's a place I've always wanted to be. I just don't want to get there right now, because right now I'd rather be here than anywhere. Yes, I do. I like all the Boston teams, and I have a lot of family and friends there. It's a place that I love. So I would love to live there one day and be married to a Bostonian, but that's a dream that we'll see if that'll happen one day. Sweet Gemini, you can ask your questions if you want. Thanks for the donation, sweetie. Okay, Barb, I'll hold your spot. But yeah, I believe I can, Sonny. I'm not sure. I never really looked into it 100%. Because at the time, I was all over the place. Yeah, B for Barb, But yeah, I do love the United States, but unfortunately, I can't go there because I don't have a vaccine. Until your dumb president takes that out of the equation, then I won't be going nowhere. Don't worry, my dumb president here in Bermuda is still got a travel form, and you have to take tests and shit, and he won't like let it go. So we both have dumb presidents. They need to get over this shit and just let it go. Yeah. But anyway, that's my opinion. Some people don't like all that vaccinated, unvaccinated talk, but people have to understand, to each their own. You might like Tony the Tiger, Frosted Flakes, but I don't. But that doesn't mean that I hate you or I don't like you, okay? Oh, right. Well, the airlines too. To heck with them too. I always fly Delta, but um, we fly Delta from here to Boston all the time, or JetBlue. Those are the two airlines that go to Boston. So I don't know if those. I know Delta had some problems with the airline guy. The pilots are like kind of making off and shit. But I don't know. All I know is I can't go nowhere because I'm unvaccinated because I believe in God. But whatever. I'm not getting no vaccine just to travel. I live in a beautiful place, so I'm not worried about going nowhere right now. I'll stay right here in my home. All right, Sweet Gemini, you said general love for me, please, next month. All right. What you laughing at? Well, looks like same shit, different day. All right, so what I get here for next month is some delays. Somebody that's not really that loyal, somebody that's not really like thinking about long-term goals. Somebody who you might meet for a short time or just be with for a short time. Somebody that might just want, wham, bam, thank you, ma'am, action. Also, I get somebody here like that, is a friend, but they have no meaning. Like they don't want to get married. They don't want to have no real love relationship. They have too many flaws or they just feel incomplete and they don't feel like it's going the right way, But I do see you're very, determined to make something happen. I feel like there's a chance to meet someone new, but they still might not be, on the right track or be somebody that you can actually have a real love relationship with. And the person you're with now that we talk about, they're still making bad decisions. They're still like indecisive and they're still going to be acting weird. And I still think that this person, this Aries, I think it is, because I got an Aries guy here. He's still, acting very diligently and, to proceed in a way that there's going to be more, but there's really nothing at all. He's just going to be hanging around, not wanting to make a commitment, avoiding any type of, love partnerships or getting together 100%. But I feel like you have like the desire to make something happen, but he's not going to want to make it happen. So I still get this Aries guy here for next month, and I don't see anybody new. And if anybody new does come around, it's going to be a short thing. It's going to be like, hi, hello. We'll go out maybe twice and be like, the hell with this guy. He's a joke, And I still think, that he's, this Aries guy is still going to be up and down, back and forth. He's still not going to make any type of commitment at all. Thanks, Becca. One day I'll actually put it on here for everybody to see. I'll be here all damn day. All right, by the end of October, right? Yeah, and that's exactly what I see. He wants to be friends, and the reason for that is because he'd rather hang out with his buddies than being in a love relationship. And if he's that type of guy, then this is him, because I see him always around like guys and stuff. That's my doggie. She's finally getting off the tile and going to her bed. See her? Say hi. No, over here, Dodo. Come here, look. She's something else. She's tired from her walk. So anyway, what I get here is there's an older guy and a younger guy that you're going to be communicating with, but um, the younger guy is still going to be around. The older guy is more like laid back. He's probably not going to, be so. But I think I see a lot of communication, but I don't see no love life, like no commitment. You live close to ATL. Oh, nice. Every time I went to Atlanta, I stayed in downtown, and I also stayed at Walnut Creek, whatever the heck it's called. I can't remember what it's called now. I think it's Walnut Creek. Um, and I love the Gwinnett Mall and the Lenox Mall. I used to shop till I drop. Hot ATL, Hot Atlanta. Yeah, it was one of my favorite places. I wish I can go back there soon. Anyway, Sweet Gemini, there's males here around you. As you know, these guys are like flies. They're gonna be buzzing around you, seeing if they can get some coochie coo. But that's up to you. I wasn't trying to rhyme there, but that's how it came up. But there's a lot of communication here, a lot of messages, a lot of texts, a lot of phone calls from these two guys. I see an older and a younger guy here, but there's no commitment. There's no commitment at all. There's like nothing. Yeah. Yeah. To be honest, I don't think I sound like I'm from Boston because those people sound way, way different. They're like, hey, Mike, how you doing? You here to see another game? That's how the Boston people talk. I don't talk like I don't think I talk Bostonian. But yeah. But that's how they talk when I go there. They're like, hey, Mike, you're back. I'm like, hey, how you doing? Like, hey, how's Bermuda? I'm like, yeah, Bermuda's all right. Sometimes I talk out there and they're like, what did you say? They can't understand me sometimes. But that's how Bostonian people talk. They got that hardcore accent. You want lobster? We're like, yeah, I want some lobster. They crack me up. Yeah, that's how they talk. That's that Boston accent. Yeah. They're like, hey, man, how many damn fitted caps you got? Your kid to see the game? You want some pop? Yeah, that's how they talk. Anyway, yeah, I'll be doing all night. But yeah, Sweet Gemini, you got some communication with two different men, older, younger, but there's no relationship at all here. There's no potential relationship. Just they want that coochie coo, and that's it. You might have some sexual fun, but that's about it. Yeah. Usually when I talk on here, everybody thinks I'm from New York. New York. Yeah. I've been to New York. I've been to Manhattan. Oh no, I won't be able to work. I don't think I think don't you need like a permit to work there? I don't think I'll be able to just go into the United States and work. I think you need a work permit, because I'm pretty much a foreigner. The only place that I can work without a permit is most likely England because Bermuda is a British colony and I have a British passport. So if I wanted to work in London or England, I can work there because I have I'm a British colony. I'm a British passport. So I'm sure I'm okay to work there. But the United States, no. I have a hard time buying things from the United States with my credit card because I live in Bermuda. Some websites are like, you're from outer state. You're not from Bermuda. I mean, you're not from the United States, so we can't accept your money. I had this fight on this website with this chick on the chat. And I was like, look, woman, if I went to your shop and used my credit card physically in your shop right now in Boston, it'll work. So why the hell can I buy the same things online and you send it to me? Yeah, a work visa, yeah. Yeah. Well, that's what my friend wanted to do. He had a restaurant business and he wanted me to help him. So I could have done it back in 2007 in Atlanta, but I never did it because I didn't want to. Right, exactly, Sonny. Yeah. But you would have to get up, you'd have to still have to get a work permit. Sweet Gemini, you need anything else, sweetie? You're welcome, sweetheart, anytime. Yeah, Bermuda is a place that everybody will have fun at, I'm sure. As long as the weather's good, you'll be fine. You know? But just like everywhere in the world, I'm sure you need a green card or a visa or a work permit. All right, sure. Yeah. Oh, okay. No, that's fine. Yeah, like if you wanted to hire me to work at your business, yeah, you can do that. Like I can go and be, work there. But the thing is, obviously, I'm gonna have to, get a permit. I can't just. Well, I mean, I can, but it'll be illegally. You know what I mean? I don't feel like going to jail, for that. But they do it here in Bermuda. They do it here all the time. People come from all over the world. They see how they like the job. They work for like 2 weeks, in some house all secluded. Nobody knows they're there. If they like it, they stay. If they don't, then see you later. I remember this guy came from Portugal. He came right at summertime, August 1st. And he worked with me in a basement, right? And we don't have many basements here, but we worked in a basement and we had to cut channels and do the electrical and put the pipes in. And during summer, there's a lot of those little flies that hang around your ear, aggravate the shit out of you, right? Hi, I speak my truth. How you doing? So this guy was in the place with me, and he just came to Bermuda. So I had to work with him because I knew how to speak Portuguese, and my boss brought him in to help me and stuff like that. So he was there literally for like a couple hours, and he started complaining. There's all these flies everywhere, and this is a grown man. Like he was like 10 years older than me, and he started to cry. Where the hell am I? Where did I come to? This place is full of bugs and full of, it's so hot here. How could you work? And I work for myself. Why did I even come to this country? He started complaining like a little kid. And I said, yo, shut the heck up, yo. You sound like a baby right now. What the hell is wrong with you? So why did you come to Bermuda? Oh, I didn't think it was going to be like this. I said, well, welcome to Bermuda, bro. We actually work here for a living. So I don't know what you did back in Azores in the Portugal land, but and he lasted 2 weeks. He lasted 2 weeks and he went right back home. I haven't seen him since. And I told my cousin when he came to work with me here, I told him about that guy because he knows him. He goes, hey, you know this guy that he came to Bermuda years ago? I said, yeah, I worked with him. Oh, seriously? I said, yeah. Then I started mocking him and, saying that, he cried like a little baby and stuff. And he started cracking up. He goes, yeah, he's like that. MZ, there's bugs everywhere in the world. But like during the summertime, obviously bugs are, they're breeding. They thrive off the heat. Like mosquitoes, flies, roaches. We have bugs like everywhere else in the world. It was just like, and he acts like the Azores or where he came from in Portugal, the island. He acts like they didn't have bugs. When I was there, they had bugs everywhere. They had crickets all outside the window trying to get in, making all this damn noise. I couldn't even sleep sometimes. Like he thought he was talking to a moron that didn't know where he lived. But people are weirdos, man. They just complain for nothing. But see, when I work, I wear a hat like this, but I put a towel over my ears like that. I put the towel on my head and I put the hat on so the towel covers my ears so the bugs won't mess with my ears. But he didn't want to do that. He had too much pride. So I was like, oh, well, stupid. Those things are going to live in your ears. Welcome. I speak the truth, my truth. Welcome here. Thanks for coming. I've seen you in Sonny's room. Nobody likes bugs, but it's a part of life. When you work outside, that's life. You know. I hate bugs and roaches more than anyone in the world, but I just use repellent and get rid of them. And so, all right, Sweet Gemini, you said, answer your question here. I wanted to know if you can see how Aries is feeling that I haven't reached out. Okay. The bug I hate the most is a roach. I hate roaches with a passion. I can't handle those things. I was in the pool the other day and it flew right over me, man. I was so mad. I was like, you gotta be kidding me, man. Of all places you want to fly in the pool right next to me, really? My nephews were lying because I was like, no, and they keep mocking me now. This year I haven't been attacked by mosquitoes. Thank God. We don't really have a mosquito problem here right now. But roaches are a problem, and that's the most annoying thing to me. I hate roaches, yo. Ugh. Yeah, we don't have wasps and hornets. We just have bees, and they're like the honey bees. They hang around the pool too. They're kind of annoying. But otherwise, I got these roach tablets, and I put them in the trees, and they eat them and they die. I actually had a roach in my car, and me and my nephew were so mad we were gonna go get ice cream. And the roach it came right across my dashboard on the inside, and my nephew's like, oh shit, I'm getting out of here. So we opened the doors and tried to get him out, but we never found him again. He never came back. So I put like this little tablet in there. It's like a poison tablet for roaches. So I put it underneath the seat, and the next day it was half eaten. So I was like, yeah, he's dead now. He ate the bait. And then 3 days later, I smelt the roach in there. I was like, this is so gross. I don't know how the heck he lives in there because it's so hot right during the day. So it was like, I think it was Saturday. I went in the car during the morning and he was upside down dead. I said, oh, we got him. I took a picture of him and sent it to my nephew. I said, hey, your buddy's dead. So now, yes, last night we went at night to go get ice cream. So now he's cool. Okay, Sweet Gemini. As far as what he thinks, he's actually... to be honest, I don't know how you're going to take this, but I'll tell you how I see it. I actually think that he's happy that there's no communication. So he can focus on his life. I know you don't really, aggravate him or call him like that, but like he's actually, feeling like, I don't even care if she doesn't contact me. Like, feeling like I don't care if she doesn't contact me. I don't care because, I have better things to do. And I see a guy around him all the time. He's obviously with this guy, his friend, or he's like with his, dad or brothers or somebody very close to him. He's always with this person or, his child or whatever. But this guy's, taking the initiative to feel better because he doesn't have to deal with you or he doesn't have to like contact you or talk to you. So I think that he's okay with it. He's like fine with it. He's not like, he doesn't look at you as a loss to him. He just says, oh, well, she doesn't want to contact me. I'm not contacting her. I really don't give a shit. He's one of those guys that he just doesn't really care. If you don't like chasing, he doesn't really care. But I think that he doesn't want to because he's taking care of somebody, his dad. Yeah. I see like an older guy that he's dealing with and he's kind of like aggravating him, You know what, Sonny? Before stupid COVID came, I was actually going to do that. I was 1 month away from traveling all over the United States doing a meet and greet with all my friends. And then all of a sudden, COVID's here and it's going to ruin everybody's travel plans. Yeah, you can go back and find the video. I was telling everybody I was going to have a psychic fair. I had everything organized. it was so annoying, and all of a sudden, poof, like COVID just ruined everything. I was like, great, so much for that. But I'm actually going to have a psychic fair and bring in people one day. That's my goal. I want to bring in like at least 10 psychics from all over the world and just bring them here, or bring in, they can be from the United States. I don't really care. Because I have a few friends here that have Airbnb places that I can, get connections with and bring them here and have somewhere to stay. Stuff like that. Yeah. He was texting me before, but I kept it short. Yeah, that's why. Like, he'll text you and he'll contact you, but he's kind of like dealing with his dad. I keep getting him and the guy. So that's why, like, he's kind of like, I'll tell you the truth. A lot of men can't multitask. They can't talk to their girlfriend or a potential girlfriend or a woman and do something else at the same time. Some men can't do that. It's a shame. I try to teach them and, show them how to do two things at once. But some women are like that too. My sister can't do two things at once. I tease her all the time. My sister will be on the phone and I'll be like, hey, what are you going to do for dinner? You want to do this? Hey, I'm talking to you. What? I can't do two things at once. Stop talking to me. Let me finish texting this and I'll tell you. I'm like, Jesus Christ. Must be that time of month, I guess. I thought men were bad. She's worse. She goes, oh yeah, I forgot. You're perfect. Yeah. My sister's something else. I love her when she's asleep. It's not easy, It's not easy. My sister's a pain in the ass. Yeah, just step away from it right now. Let him deal with his dad. And just like let it just pan out on its own. All right? Just let it go for now. Leave him alone. But I don't see it getting better, to be honest. You're welcome, sweetheart, and thank you too. The best thing to do is just, take care of yourself. Keep working on yourself, and just keep doing what you have to do. Eventually, some good guy will probably come, I guess. In the meantime, we can we can all be the single crew in the meantime. It's all good. We can mingle. Hey, Mark, you can't enter the land, but you can be on the water cruise. I don't know. I don't know anything about the cruises. To be honest, I have no idea. I still think you need. No, you're not interrupting. See, I'm multitasking. See, this is the perfect example of I can talk to everybody in my chat and give a reading, no problem. See, I don't get mad about it. See, because I can do the multitasking thing. Now, if this is my sister, she would have threw the cards across the damn room. Will you stop talking? I can't do this. How the hell does Mark do it? Nah, trust me, I'm used to it. I do it all the time. It's all good. Nah, you're not distracting her. She's focused on me. Trust me, she would tell you if you were. Nah, you're not distracting anybody. You're good. And here I can multitask. I'm good. Nah, you're not interrupting, sweetheart. Don't say that. It's fine. Back when you said, Sonny, I should ask Mark about this Leo and see what he says. Yeah, sure, you can ask me about him. I'll check for you if you want. Yeah, Sweet Gemini is my baby sister. So, well, not my real sister, but we're cool. Don't worry, it's all good. If you were aggravating her, she would say, "Hey, Sonny, yo, shut the hell up." But she's not like that. She wouldn't do it. I'm just teasing. Yes, I know, Sonny, you're polite. I appreciate your politeness, but don't worry, sweetheart. We're good. If you were aggravating me, I would say something. Trust me. But nobody aggravates me in here. It's cool. Everybody can talk amongst themselves. I don't. It doesn't bother me. Like, I focused on what I have to do. It's good. You was raised by a rough mom. I was dealing with the Leo Mark. His name is Marquise. and he was very inconsistent, so I cut him off. So what's his deal? Well, you cut him off, that's his deal. He was probably inconsistent because he's a Leo. Leos are inconsistent. And watch somebody in the background be like, "You talking about Leos? I'm a lion." Oh, I'm so scared. Yeah, it's good. I always have great conversations in here with everyone. We have a good time. You know, there ain't no negative crap around here. We're good. I just want everybody to talk amongst themselves. Trust me, you're not bothering me. It's all good. You know, I try to I can multitask. I'm good. Spirits got my back. You know, they pull my ears if I'm not doing the right thing. Hey, pay attention. All right, I'm sorry. Yeah, about himself. I know, right? All right, so you want to know what's his deal? Yeah, sure. I'm nice and friendly, especially on Mondays. Mm-hmm. Oh, hey, Barb, you still here? Yay, Barb's here. Why did he act like that? He's always blamed it on work being too busy. Well, I see that he is working and he's like pretty good at work. I think that he's successful at work where he does a lot of work where he has a lot of gains there. He does a lot of things. He also has a lot of challenges there and tries to overcome obstacles. But I also think that this guy, right? I think that this guy has a little offer. He doesn't have like a big offer for you. Like I don't think that he can give you exactly what you need, you know? Like I don't think that's why the inconsistency is there because he can only give you so much. I got the Page of Cups, and the Page of Cups to me is a guy who can offer you just this little cup. He can't offer you the whole fucking fridge. You know what I mean? Yeah. He can't give you like everything. He can only give you a little bit. So because he probably, you know, has too much work, he's not multitask, and he's very like he's disappointed because he feels like he couldn't put enough effort into your your relationship or friendship. He couldn't do anything, but he's saying to himself, I can do better than this. I can find somebody that's going to like love my dumb ass or like love me for my little you know contribute. He knows that he can't offer you. But see, if you're a demanding person, which I probably I don't know you like that, but if you demanded more time of him or more like, more of him, then he's probably not going to give it to you because he feels like, my work is more important. My life is more important from you. So if you want more, you're not going to get more. You're just going to have to see me when you want, when I want, how I want, and where I want. And if you don't like it, bye. I think that that's his attitude. And from what I get here, he also has family issues, or he may not want to deal with you and your child. It's either or. Yeah. I think another thing that bothered him was that maybe you have a kid, and I know you have a child, so maybe that bothers him, or maybe he has a kid and it's bothering him and his own family. There's like some conflict with family stuff. Yeah, it did bother him because I got like family stuff, like, and he didn't want to get into any arguments, or maybe he was scared of your baby daddy. maybe, he knew that Aquarius was gonna whoop his Leo ass, so he was like probably scared, or like a lot of guys don't really want to deal with that type of stuff unless they have their own, yeah. Well, if he's an Aquarius guy, then he'd probably be like, yeah, you better not invite some random guy over to talk shit to my kid because I'll break his neck. That type of talk. I'm not saying that I would do that shit, but yeah. Because as an Aquarius, I used to be like that. If anybody would, I actually, I'm like that now. I protect the kids at all costs. I protect my nephews at all costs. Like when their dad acts up, I'll strangle his ass. But I try not to touch anybody or be violent. That's not the way to go. I just let karma unfold. I'm too old for that shit now. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So that's pretty much what I see. Yeah. So I don't think he wanted that drama. And he probably said, to hell with this. I don't want a woman with a kid. I don't want no baby daddy drama. I'm sick and tired of this shit. I'm out of here. And to be honest, not to harp on the Leo thing, but a lot of Leo guys, they're like that. Like they're inconsistent, and they feel like, if you're not all in with them, and you can't, give them like if you can't do what they want you to do, then you're nothing to them. I know a lot of Leo guys like that, and they're not saying every Leo guy is like that, but a lot of them are. And the Aquarius guy probably be like that too. So I'm not harping on that, but that's how it is. Milk Tea said, sometimes we can't force people if they can't meet our bare minimum relationships. Yeah. Well, the thing is, sometimes we don't even force them. Sometimes the person feels like they can do it. You know what I mean? Like they say to themselves, um, I like Becca. I want to be with her, but she's got to understand that I'm a working man. So if she can't understand that, then fuck her. I'll go find somebody else. That's the mentality that I see with a lot of people. Instead of saying, okay, I got myself a good woman. I'm going to work on it slowly but surely. Yeah, she has a kid. So what? I can also, be a role model for this child, or possibly have, a child with her if that's the case. Things like that. People don't look at those long term things. They just, they're in the now. So they can't figure those things out. And then when there's one little thing, poof, it goes to shit. That's how it is. But a lot of guys don't like to deal with that. I don't either. I don't want to deal with nobody's baby mama drama, baby daddy drama. I don't like all that stuff because it's hard to deal with that. But it doesn't make that person a bad person or a good, or less value. It's just that some people can't handle it. Now, if you're a guy who doesn't care about the baby daddy talking shit, then it'll work, because then the baby daddy be like, yo, I ain't fucking with Mark. He's game. I know he'll slap me. So if you're Aquarius, baby daddy, if you took a picture of me right now and I was like this, he'd be like, oh shit, that's Becca's new boyfriend? Oh hell no, he gangster. I even take off my glasses and put on some chains. You know what I mean? Put some gang signs up. You want to scare him? You guys can scare me. We can do it. He'd be like, oh yeah, I don't want no parts of that guy. He looks like a Chico, Papi Chulo. I don't want no parts of that guy. So yeah. If the guy's game and he's willing to like stand up towards the guy and treat your child good, then that's all that matters. It's different. Or depends on the guy. That I just gave her my advice. You know, um, my advice is you have to find a guy who is game. You got to find a guy who's not scared of a baby daddy, is willing to take care of you and the child and take them on. Not necessarily take care of you and the child, but like take you guys on as, if they have, that's a, people got to realize that that's an actual huge challenge because, you don't want to confuse the child at the same time. People don't even think about that either. And some people will get attached to the child. And then, if that child starts calling you daddy and not the other one, then how you think that person's going to feel? I think there's a lot of things that you have to look at. But in order for a real man to take on that challenge, he has to have no fear. So, you haven't found that person yet, but hopefully, you will. Yeah, it's a rule, not for all. Exactly. Exactly. Well, when you're a beautiful woman and you're also like, I explain this a lot, and a lot of women agree with me. You could be beautiful, you can be independent, you can be like well off, you can have a good job. You're more of a threat to a man. You're more of a pain in the ass to a man because a lot of men are so insecure that and jealous that because you're beautiful and independent, that guy deep down inside knows that if you got a good job, you're beautiful, and you control your life, then a guy is gonna be like, well, okay, well, what am I gonna do for her? You got to say, okay, I will love her. I will be honest to her. I won't cheat on her. I'll treat her child right. I'll show her that she can depend on me to be, her future husband and the future stepfather of this child and possibly have my own child with her, depending on your age, obviously. But see, a lot of people don't get that. They don't want that responsibility. They don't want that challenge. So most men are going to be like, fuck this, I'm just going to see if I can have sex with her because she's beautiful, see if I can leech off of her, and don't ask me to take care of your kid because it ain't mine. Go ask your baby daddy to send the money in for the bills. There's not too many people that's going to take that on. There's a lot of people that, and you also have to, I also told this chick one time that you got to watch who you bring in your home because that person could disrespect your child without you even knowing. They can plot it all out, get in, and then next thing you know, your child's scarred because you bring in this moron that you supposedly love, but you didn't do your homework on. That's why one of my cards say investigate the person you like. You should investigate them. There's nothing wrong with that. You never know who you're dealing with. So in this day and age, it's very hard to find somebody like that. That's why it's so much harder to find somebody that's going to take on that risk of proving themselves constantly around you, around your child, around your baby daddy. That's a challenge for most men, and most men are going to run from that. That's my honest opinion. But that's not to say that it'll never happen. That's the thing. That's I'm not saying that you're never going to find someone. That's not true. It's a hard role to do as a man and as a woman. I'm talking as a man because we're talking about the men. But even if it's the other way around, it's the same thing. You're going to have to deal with my baby mama if I have one, if I'm not with her, and then suppose she's a psychopath and comes to your job and starts pulling your hair out of your head and you're like, who the hell is this woman? I'm Mark's baby mama, bitch. You're like, oh yeah, I can't be with this guy. This woman's crazy. And it happens all the time. It's so sad, but Unfortunately, it's the challenge of life. But yeah, I wish everybody in here success with their love life and trying to get what they want, but it's very hard. And I just hope everybody finds their happiness one day, just like I hope I find mine. But it's all good, you know. I had a long conversation on here with a few people one night, and most women that come in here have a child. And I said one day, and it hurt some people's feelings, but it's just my opinion and my, my preference. And I said, if I were to date a woman, I would prefer a single woman with no kids, so that way I can be with her and have my own kids with her. That's just my preference. But if I found the love of my life and she had a child or two or three, and say her husband died, you know, and she's a widow or something like that, then I would be like, okay, I have no baby daddy to worry about. In spirit, I can handle him, you know. And this is reality talk. This is real talk, you know. Um, the thing is like, everybody. I think about that all the time, but I don't say I would never do it. I never said I'll never do it. I just said I prefer not to because of those reasons I just explained. Because people don't think about it because they're not in that predicament. You see? Right. It's not the kid's fault. And the thing is I'm not here to like cater to someone else's child and deal with your baby daddy. That's not my preference. My preference is life in life is not to deal with that. But if I fell in love with you and I knew deep down inside that you were the right person for me and I started to date you, marry you, took on your child, we had our own child together, and we live happily ever after, then I know I never made a mistake. And I know that you weren't my preference, but now you're the love of my life. See, there's a difference, but people say, oh, well, you can't say that. So what you mean? You're never going to date a woman? No, stupid. That's not what I said. What I said is what I just said just now. It's not my preference because of the drama. But who's to say you're not going to have drama with a person you just meet? You know? That's the thing. People got to understand that, everybody has a preference and nobody wants to really deal with that type of drama. But it doesn't make you personally a bad person. This is just what people think and what people say to me and how I feel as well. There's tons of women out there that have had a child with someone that they divorced or broke up with or wasn't the right person. But the child's not a mistake. You made, it was not meant to be. It's not even a mistake. It's just you weren't meant to be. You were meant to make that child, but you weren't meant to be together forever. So that person that's the father of your child can also go out with somebody else and live happily ever after, but you don't. And vice versa. Or you both move on and you both have families and you're both still cool for the kids' sake and everything goes. There's so many different ways you could put it. There's so many different things, that's the thing. I just said I would, Yeah, of course I would. Yeah, of course I would. I just said I would, but that's not my preference because of the drama it comes along with it. You know what I mean? See what just happened with Becca? That Leo guy, he knew that was going to be an issue, so he ran away from it instead of fighting it and taking the challenge. You see what I mean? Even if a guy knows that girl is good and a good woman, he still understands that, hey, I'm still got to deal with this baby daddy drama, and I'm still got to deal with, dealing with this child. You see what I mean? That's the problem. Yeah, it's okay. Everybody has a preference. You can have a preference to be with me or be with somebody else, and that's okay. You know what I'm saying? I would not want a woman to judge me if I had a kid and a crazy baby mom. You know, it's not my fault. You know, that's the thing. So, you know, yeah, 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 it can be. Hmm. Yeah, it is Becca. What's learning what's best for us, but we also have to take into consideration that person's feelings as well about how they feel. Like, you know, okay, sweet Gemini, no problem. Barbie said, my son had stepdad. I had the same mother and father, five brothers and sisters. My roots molded me and my choices. Yeah, see, everybody has a different story, and that's fine. You know, that's just the way it is. You know, my parents are still together, 55 years. You know, I've never seen them go at each other. You know, no signs of ever a divorce or cheating or any type of battle of things like that. I have a brother and two sisters. They raised all four of us, put us in a good school, put my sisters through college. You know, my dad's 79 and my mom's 76. You know, and I didn't have stepfathers, stepmothers, and things like that. And you know, and that's my life. I'm different from those who did. But my friends, I have one friend whose father was a drug addict. His mom left him. You know, the mom left the dad, the drug addict, and married another guy and had three kids from him. And he calls that man dad every day. And I thought it was his real dad. And one day he broke down the story to me and told me. And I was like, shit, I thought he was your dad. He goes, no, that's my stepdad, but I love him like a dad because he was the only father I knew. Because my other father was a crackhead. So I know how it works. It can work. It can happen, like, you know, but I'm sure if everybody had a preference, they would prefer to have their own wife, their own kids, instead of dealing with someone else's. But it's not, I'm not saying it in a bad way. I'm just saying it's a preference that people have, you know, so they don't have to deal with the extra drama because people can't handle all that. It's not built for everybody, you know, and it's also hard for a person trying to take on somebody else's kid because, you know, they have to gain that kid's love. And then the guy's like, well, I don't want this kid start calling me daddy because, you know, if he does, then the baby daddy's gonna get mad and then we're gonna end up squaring off and fighting. And this kid's gonna say, oh, I hate you because you beat up my daddy. You see, there's so many things that can happen that will destroy everything. So you just have to, like, you know, take it with a grain of salt, do what you can. If you're really strong and you know you can handle all those things, then that's perfectly fine. That's meant for your life to be that way. But you know, I've seen it all, you know, and heard it all, and you know, people tell me about these things all the time, and you know, I don't want to be in that situation. But if it's meant for me to be in that situation, then I'm gonna be in it. It's part of life, you know. And I'll tell you a story that happened to me when I was 18. Um, I met this chick. I was working at a gas station as a mechanic, and this lady got a flat tire, and I knew her, and I knew her sister. I knew of them, and she was like maybe a year or two older than me. And she came there of our car, and she was like, "Oh, can you fix my flat tire, please? You know, I know it's like almost closing." I said, "Don't worry, sweetheart. I'll change it. Don't worry." I said, "Look, I'll put your spare on, and I'll get you going. And tomorrow morning you can come and pick up the tire, or tomorrow afternoon." Okay, thank you so much. So then I started talking to her. We started talking about life, and she had a little baby girl in there, so cute, you know. And I was like, she was looking at me, and I was like playing around. And she was like, "Oh, you got kids?" I was like, "No, no." And I was like, "Yeah, one day I want kids, you know, whatever, blah, blah, blah." I told her the whole story. She goes, "Oh, yeah, me and the baby daddy split up. You know, he's an asshole, blah, blah, blah. And I'm listening to this at 18 years old, okay, yeah, that's fucked up, it's life, blah, blah, blah. So when she came back to get our tire, we started to talk, and I actually sat in the car with her, and we started to get really close. And we started to date each other for a little while. When the baby daddy found out that she was dating me, a younger guy too, he came to my job and said, "Stay away from my baby mom and stay away from my kid, or I will fuck you up." That's what he said to me. And I said, "I don't know who you're talking to, but I'm not the one." So I told him, "You don't get out of here, I'm gonna wrap this air hose around your neck and I'll blow you up like a tire. So you better get out of here." So because I stood up to him, he kind of like backed off and he went about his business. So about 3 minutes later, baby mama called the girl. She's like, "Hey, I'm sorry about that idiot. He's crazy, blah, blah, blah." And I was like, "Yeah, well, you better keep him away from me because I'm going to beat his ass." So, whatever. So I continued to like date her a little bit more. And about a week after that, she got back with the baby daddy. And I never saw her since. She apologized for like, being around me and stuff. And, she says, "I didn't want to lead you on. I didn't want you to think that, it was going anywhere, but, I respect you and blah, blah, blah. I think the best thing is for the child is to me to go back to him. He's starting to show me that he cares and blah, blah, blah." And I told her, I said, "What happened is he knew that you liked me and the kid liked me, and he didn't want to see that. So he took back his life, which he should. And I'm glad he did." So I wasn't really offended. I wasn't really mad. I wasn't really sad. I didn't really care. All I cared about was maybe I was that person that had to be involved or get in the middle for him to realize that he was about to lose his family. So, I felt like I kind of helped the situation, if anything, you know? But I don't want that life. I don't want to have to deal with that. But if I do, I know how to handle it. So, I don't want to discourage anybody or for doing that. But like I said, everybody has a preference. So, you have to respect the person's preference. You have to respect the person that doesn't want the drama. And you have to respect the fact that not everybody wants that life. And not everybody's going to be able to handle it, even if they're with you for like 6 months. Even if you were with somebody for 6 months and then, you decided to go back to your baby daddy because he was showing you, that he was really for real. How you think that guy's going to feel that was with you for the 6 months? How you feel? How you think that guy's going to feel like, And then you're confusing your child because she thought the guy that left was the daddy, but now she has her original daddy back, And I'm not trying to like make anybody feel bad here. This is reality. This is life. So like, I want people to understand that, this is the way it is. You get lucky, you get unlucky. You have to deal with people's preferences, people's life, how things are going to pan out, how you should deal with it. It's the way it is. You gotta understand both sides. That's what makes the almost perfect relationship is when there's an understanding, communication, preferences that are met, things that get talked about, things that are absolutely, the right thing for you. And you got to take on somebody that actually is going to love your child. You don't want your child to be growing up around some idiot. That's the thing. Yeah, exactly. And it's true. Yeah. Yeah. And you know what? Speak my truth. If it doesn't bother you, then that's great. And you're not dealing with the drama, then that's fine. All you need is the honesty and transparency. And that's exactly what I'm trying to say here is that if you connect with that person, you're meant to be with that person, then that's fine. That's all good. And if the baby mama doesn't care about that guy no more, and he knows that you're with him, and you get along with the child and everything, then it's just a blessing, really, because the child has more people they can depend on. You have like a double family. That's the best thing about it, to be honest. The best part about um, having two moms or two dads and all that type of stuff, that's a blessing in a way. Like I'm gonna bring the positive aspect of it now, because I don't want to sound like I'm being negative here, and I don't, it's not right to do all these things. The positive aspect, if you can have a double family, and how nice is that to have a true double family? People two moms and two dads you can depend on, and two parents that are going to see eye to eye and give you everything you need and help you so much. That's a blessing, to be honest. It really and truly is. And I know people right now that have that situation, and they love both sides. They love their stepmom, they love their stepdad on the other side, and happily ever after. You see what I mean? But then you have those that can't stand the stepmom, wish that she'll go, somewhere or whatever. It's just everybody has a different life. It's just the way it is. Yeah, exactly. Well, the baby daddies don't really pack here like that. Some of them do, but and if he was, then probably I wouldn't be here. But at the end of the day, he won't be there for his child, so he has to think about that. Right, Becca, I see what you mean. Yeah. Right. Right. Yeah, Sonny. Yeah. Oh, okay. Speak my truth. I see. Yeah. Sure, Sonny. I'll put him in my prayers tonight. But yeah, this is a conversation that a lot of people don't like to have because they think it's one sided, or because of someone's preference, they're no longer like you know uh, uh, a contender, or like a person that they can look at, and some people take that shit personally, or they take it the wrong way, or they just say, oh, see, all guys are assholes, they have this, they think that their life is so perfect and blah blah blah, or they're like this and they're like that. That's not what I'm. Everybody has a different situation. People grow up different. A lot of my friends grew up in a broken home, and then you have those people who their father or their mother pass away, so you end up being raised by one parent. And then if that parent decides to remarry, you know you're not really feeling that, because they're not your real mom or you're not your real dad, so you have to get used to it. And then they actually become just as cool as your original mom, or they become somebody that's really significant in your life. And then there's the negative part where you don't like them at all. So if you love the person, that's all that matters. It doesn't matter if someone else doesn't love them, or someone else that you love doesn't love them. All that matters is you love that person. It's just like me. I have two sisters that are married to two idiots. I don't like either of them. Never have, and I probably never will. We always have conflict. Because when they treat my sister like shit, then I threaten them, and then they go back to reality. So I'm not going to let these guys disrespect my sisters, right? Now it's a lot different. I don't really have to get involved, because they've grown up and they realize. But when I was younger, I made sure that they didn't disrespect my sisters. And I would threaten them from time to time. Hey, don't talk to my sister like that. You want teeth? I'll beat the living crap out of you, boy. So, I was that protective brother. I still am. I'm not gonna let these guys disrespect my sister. But if she deserves it and she's doing stupid shit, then oh well, that's not my problem. You deserve whatever you're getting. But, I don't believe in any type of, disrespecting of a woman. That's just not my thing. And I don't expect people to do it either because I didn't grow up like that. My dad never disrespect my mom. So unfortunately, there's a lot of people like that out there. And, there's all sorts of situations. We just got to live with them, unfortunately. Okay, Sonny, take care. Good night. Yeah, but it's life. It's part of life. We all go through it, unfortunately. Yeah, and I'm sure if it'd be nice if they protect you, right? If I was dating a girl that had 5 brothers, I'd probably be like, oh shit, I better treat this girl with all due respect. I better not even raise my voice because I have 5 guys coming at me at once. I can't handle 5 guys at once. And that'd probably beat my ass. All right. Hey baby, how you doing? I love you every day and every minute. Don't tell your brother anything, okay? Just tell him that, I love you to death and I treat you like a queen, okay? Don't lie. Okay, Marky. I love you. Anyway, if anybody wants a message or a simple question answered, I'll do that because it's only 5 of you here. So I'll give you that for today. You can either have a general message or you can ask one simple question. I'll answer it. I'm not going to go on and on about it, but we will. I would do that. So MZ, if you're here, I know you were asking me if I can answer a question. I'll answer it for you briefly. Sure. Speak my truth. I can do that for you. Okay. Okay. As far as what you need to know, there's still doubt and suspicion between both of you. Or maybe you are suspicious of him sometimes, or you like have some doubts on where this is all going. That's why you're probably asking. There might be some timidness around you guys, or you might think that some shady characters are around him or maybe influencing him, or it's just you being suspicious. All right. I think he's going to put in like personal effort to make sure that you're good and trying not to make you suspicious. And I think that he's going to communicate a lot more with you. If he hasn't been communicating a lot, I think the communication will pick up between you and him. And if there isn't a lot of communication, or you always like, if he always like when you guys do communicate, like try to find common things to talk about, or try to pick up the communication more, because that's there. It's lacking that, Yeah. So I think that he's thinking about that, and I think that you're going to get more communication now. Like in the next couple days, I think it'll get better as far as communication. So I think he's going to put in the personal effort to do so because you spoke about it. So because you spoke about it, I think that you'll be happy with the communication. And I think you'll talk your ear off in the next 3 days. All right. So because you spoke up and told him about communication, he's going to give you more of that. All right. You're welcome, sweetheart. No problem. Your phone popped off. Oh boy, that's not good. All right, MZ. I don't think too much is gonna happen between you and him this month. I still see worry and concern stuff. I think I told you this the other day, but he's worried and concerned about like his materialistic things, and he also looks at you as somebody who's like not with him. So he feels like he's not putting in enough time, and he feels like you're sad and you're not, he feels like you're lonely without him, or there is like no intensity between you and him, and you might perceive him as someone who you're not really, wanting to deal with. I still feel like he has no freedom. He can't really go nowhere. He can't do anything. There's a lot of differences between the situations with you and him, and he just feels worried and concerned that he can't be with you. He knows you're by yourself, but how he can get to you is another story. I think this is pretty much the same thing I saw between you and him earlier when you asked me about him. I think it's going to be a very slow moving situation this month. And, he doesn't know what to do. He really doesn't. So what you can expect from him is the same thing. He's not going to make any effort. He can't do anything. He doesn't feel like he can. He feels like he has no freedom to do anything with you. Your son walked in the room. He liked it. Okay, cool. If there's anybody who wants a message or a question answered, just let me know. If not, I'm going to log off. Yes, minimum of $5. Yeah. I usually charge $10, but because it's the holiday and things like that, $5 will be fine. Usually when people are new and they just arrive, I give them a sample and stuff, I give them a message and things like that, Yeah, sure, Milk Tea. And Barb, I'll give you one right now. I will give you one right now, Barb. Sure thing. All right, Speak My Truth, no problem. Okay. All right, let me get. Love you too, sweetheart. Okay, so your card is giving and receiving, number 6. And the keywords to this card is balance, reward, share, and ask. When this card appears, relationships take on a loving, balanced energy. You worked hard to understand yourself and others, and now it's paying off. You're being rewarded with joy and fulfillment. Is there someone in your life who you can benefit from what you've learned around matters of the heart? Take some time to share your insights. Be careful, though. Don't try to solve people's problems. Just be a mentor. Also, look for other ways you can be of assistance to those around you. Be sure to give only what you can and no more. Thank you, Speak My Truth. You can go ahead and ask your question. I'm just going to give Milk Tea a message, and I'll answer your question right after. There you go, Barb. I like that. That's perfect. All right, milk tea. Okay. I like the good messages. I don't like negative shit. Nobody does, but thank God we got some good messages here for once. All right, Bob. Good night, sweetheart. Thanks for being here. I appreciate it. Enjoy the rest of your night. Okay, milk tea, dreams coming true. Number 9. Keywords here is contentment, receive, gratitude, indulgence. This card is this is a card of contentment and wishes being fulfilled. It suggests that you're now entering a time of peace, joy, and satisfaction. Be clear about what you want in your relationships to look like, and because your wishes may be granted soon. Remember to be open to receiving all the universe is sending your way and express gratitude when your dreams come true. Just sit back and enjoy it. That's great. I love that. I love seeing good messages. That's a blessing. That's good. Just keep praying and it'll all come to you, sweetheart. Just don't expect anything. You know, don't the less you expect, the better. The more you pray, the more you get. Ooh. All right, sweetheart. You're welcome, and thank you too for being here. Good night. Good night, sweet Gemini. Take care. Okay, speak my truth. You said, what can I look forward to in my connection with one? So far, everything is good, and it looks like we're talking things slowly. Nothing is official yet. All right, let's check. Love you too, sweetheart. Take care. Enjoy the rest of your Oh, you had to take medication from your wisdom tooth? Oh man. I remember when I was 19, I took all 4 out at one time. I got put down for that. That was the worst 2 weeks of my of that era of my life. Oh boy. My dentist said you gotta take all 4 out and we're gonna have to put you down. I had stitches in my mouth, but all 4 are gone. I ain't never had no problems ever since. To hell with that dentist. You ain't gonna chop my teeth out with no damn hell no. And I'll never forget it. You want to hear a funny story? When I was laying down to get put down, the nurse comes over me and she had a booger in her nose. And I never forget that as long as I live. I was like, ooh. The next thing you know, I was put up. It's something I'll never, ever forget. Yeah, I was high too. Because back then I used to smoke a lot of weed. I don't smoke no more. But I was high as a kite when I went. And she was like, do you smoke weed? I'm like, yep. Yeah, I know all about that. I had stitches in my mouth. I couldn't sleep there for like 2 days. I had to drink milkshakes and shit. I never forget that. I hated the dentist. Every time they try to put that shit in your mouth, where you take like the X-rays, I used to gag. I'm like, yeah, I don't want nothing in my mouth. Ugh. You're high on the laughing gas. I was high on both. Oh yeah, see that? There you go. Something had to tickle your fancy. Yeah, but that life ain't for me. See, I don't want none of that. Okay, MZ, good night. Take care. You're welcome. And thanks for being here. I appreciate it. All right, speak my truth. You say, what can you look forward to with your connection with one? All right. Yes, I know. Okay. All right. I'm going to interpret this in a way where, um, okay. Now, this guy, Juan, right? Has he like had a bad past? That's all I want to know. Like, does he talk to you about his past? Like, did somebody die from his past that he still like, talks about or something like that? Like, does he say like, this person died and I wish they were still around, or this it's messed up. Forget about the, I'll never forget this person, or I think about them or something like that. So I can actually analyze what this is about. Okay, he has an uncle. Okay, because like I still feel, yeah, like his past really haunts him, right? And the reason things won't go like at a faster pace between you and him is because of his past, right? So just remember, I want you to acknowledge the fact that things are going to go slow between you and him, right? It's not going to like there's not going to be a commitment like tomorrow or the next day or maybe not even this month, right? I think that there eventually will be a commitment, but it totally depends more on him. I feel like your game that you want it, but because of his past and because of that accident or that fatality in his life that happened with his uncle or whoever, it's caused him to have anxiety, maybe bad dreams, things like that. Like it's causing him causing him to be depressed or like be like caught like in the past still, and that affects him from moving forward with you or with anybody, right? Also, I think that his finances are unstable, and that's also might be holding him back from being with you 100%. And I tell a lot of women that if a man isn't like financially stable, he feels like he can't provide for that woman, so that it doesn't make sense being in a serious connection. Because when you're in a serious connection, he could be a workaholic, but is he financially stable? Or maybe if he is financially stable and he is a workaholic, he probably like lost a lot of money, so he's trying to regain it back. And maybe he's not telling you, but that's what I see here. You know, he's done some actions in the past where he still has an unstable. He made an investment and it probably didn't go the way he wanted it to. But I think that his finances are bothering him. Money bothers him, and if he doesn't have enough money, then maybe that gets to him. You know. Uh, Also, what I got here is he has to make like that sacrifice. He has to make that readjustment to try and be in a relationship with you. And I think that um, from now until the end of the year, he's going to try and change, reverse his way of his life to make it better. I feel like he's like, yeah, he knows you want more, but he feels he can't give you more because of his finances, because of his life and his past bothers him, and he knows he has to change his life for you, to be with you. He has to change the way he deals with his life. And if you have a good job, then that probably intimidates him a bit, because I see like a woman here that has a job, like deals with business, has a lot of knowledge. You might be educated, you might be smarter, or you just know how to deal with your life better than he does. So because you have a good job and because you're like in a better position, he's probably a little bit intimidated. Yeah, and you're older. So that's why he's probably not going to make a serious commitment to you because of that. But it does show me that he's going to try and work on bettering himself so he can prove to you that, but it's gonna be difficult. Don't expect him to like change overnight. So if you really like him and you really want to give him a chance, you have to be very, very, very patient with him because of the way his life was and the way his life is. So that's affecting his decisions. Well, yeah, I mean the commitment could happen, but like I can tell you right now, he can tell you right now that I want to commit to you, and you start to go out right now September 5th, and by the end of the year you actually feel the love, you actually move in, you actually have a real serious relationship, and I think he wants that, but he thinks that maybe you um might think that he, because you said you were like suspicious, right? So he probably thinks that, I wonder if she thinks that I'm gonna always be this way, or I wonder how she views me. And that's why there probably is a lack of communication, because he's like, what am I gonna do for this woman? You know, like kind of like my conversation earlier. Some men like don't feel like they can do anything for you, especially when they don't have their finances right, you know, or their life isn't, on the up and going. Like people think that because their life isn't good that they can't be a good part of someone else's life, even when their life is like not good. You know what I mean? Like it's sad that people feel that way, but it's a fact of life. It's a lot of people are like that, and women can also be like that. But usually, the guy always feels like he wants to be the provider. Yeah. So if he has a child, that's probably another reason why his finances are, being, dealt with. Because if he's paying child support, then that's why he's a workaholic. So he's trying to pay his bills, pay child support, and possibly take you to dinner. You know, he probably doesn't want you to be paying for it all the time, or because you have a better job. And I'm sure you don't want to pay for it all the time because you feel like you're being his mommy more than his girlfriend. So like I think that that's a factor. This is just what I like. I see in the cards, and also what I see like in my mind and how I see the cards pan out here. So, but it doesn't look bad. It's just like I think this relationship is based on him. So the more he feels comfortable with you, the more you have a chance of being with him. And I think that you might even change his life for the good. But he has to like, say, okay, I'm gonna freaking do it. Yeah, you're welcome, sweetheart. No problem. I wish you luck with that, and hope it works out for you. But sometimes we can't force things. We just have to allow it to happen. So, yeah, if you're his supporter, then that's great. If you don't look at him different because of he has less than you or has more obligations as having a child, then that's just something that you got to deal with. Because I know you heard what I said earlier. And I know you said you had no problem with it. So that's a good thing. So, there's nothing wrong with that. So if you can handle it, go for it. All right. If anybody's here that wants a message, let me know. If not, I'm going to go sleep. But I'll be on tomorrow at some point in time. Sure, you can. I'm going to call you Y. I don't know if it's Yelk or I'll just say Y. Okay. All right. If you want to donate for a question, then go right ahead. I'll stay for the question. I don't like to turn people down. That's It's I've been on here for like 2 hours, but if nobody says anything, then I'm gonna go, But if you want it, then that's perfectly fine. You can. Yeah. It's not too late. That's what I'm here for. Okay. Haven't seen this card in a while. All right. Why? What I got here is choose your battles. Choose your battles. As much as you like all of your relationships to be harmonious, this is not always the case. Beliefs and opinions clash, and each person struggles to validate his or her position. Sometimes it's important to take a stand and assert your convictions. However, this attitude may be misread as aggression, or the other person may push back. You then feel the need to justify yourself. So choose your battles. All right, you can ask your question. Go ahead. All right, I'll check that for you. All right. Okay. I still feel like this person feels like they were successful when you were co-workers, and they think about the co-worker moments, and you might have been good at negotiating and succeeding together and had a good work relationship together. But this person doesn't know if they want to contact you or come towards you because they don't know what you're up to or what you're doing, right? But if they do know what you're doing, they kind of like think that they expect like the worst. They don't know if you are still doing the same things you used to do when you work together, or you might be thinking that about them. So if they had a drinking problem, a drug problem, or any type of addiction problem, or they was just a pain in the ass, then they're still the same way. Yeah, if he doesn't know too much about you, then that's the thing. But if you know this person doesn't know whether or not you're like this, or you're obsessive, or anything like that. They're not sure if you are like that. But all they know is the work stuff. But this person doesn't want to take advantage of you or anything like that. It's just that they're not sure about how things are going. As far as romantic feelings, I would say this person maybe would like to have sex with you. Like they might fantasize about you and say, damn, I wish I can just be with them for one night, or I wish that I can just have sex with them. Like there's no I want to be in a relationship with you. I think it's more of a maybe I would like to have a one night stand, and that's it. Because I got the devil card here in the middle, and that pretty much says that, this person doesn't have romantic feelings. They rather just have a one night stand, or just to see what it's like to be with you in bed, or something like that. Like they would like to come towards you just to see what it's like. But as far as a relationship, that's about it. You laugh. Yeah, I don't see relationship stuff. Yeah, man, I know it's not easy. They give me a bad name, But like maybe if you're sexy and and you don't really give him the time of day like that, then and he's probably likes you. I think that he does like you. He does think that you look good and because this devil card right smack dead in the middle of this reading is telling me that, you know, he looks at you as a piece of ass. That's it. You know? But yeah, yeah, he definitely wants to sleep with you. I see that for sure. That's the devil card. They're telling me that he definitely wants you. And he thinks that you guys could be good together, but it's up to him. Like it's up to him. Is he young by any chance? Because I got a young energy here. Like, or maybe if he's older, like if he's like 30, 40, like he might like think he's still young, or he might act young and bad, or he could be like kind of, you know, he's young in 30s. Yeah. I get like a young energy here, but like, he might think he's a badass, you know. I think that he doesn't really care. Like he doesn't feel no way. Like I feel like he's the type of guy like, I'll just bang her and that's it. And, he doesn't even look good, but I think that he feels like he has, you know, the mojo to do whatever he wants. Yeah, I don't really get like the guy being suave or nothing, but he might think like he's macho and think that he's like his shit don't stink. Like that type of action. But the only thing I see here is he wants a sexual relationship and that's it. He doesn't want anything else. If you guys work together, I think that he thinks that you maybe were a good worker, or you know he may think that where working with you was pretty cool, or working around you was all right because he got to see you. But that's about it. Yeah, he respects you at work, so that makes sense. I think that he likes the way he likes you more as a coworker than anything. But as far as like romantic feelings, I just think that it's just a sexual thing. So if you wanted to have sex with him, that wouldn't be a problem. But don't expect anything else. Like he doesn't like say, okay, I definitely want a relationship. You know. Yeah, I'm here. A few people came in late, so I didn't want to turn them down. I know everybody lives in a different time zone. Yeah, so that's what I got. Why? So you know, it's up to you. It's up to you to if you want that life or if you don't, or if some people don't really care. I'm not judging anybody. If you want some D, go for it. If you don't, then hey, it's up to you. I always tell the lady, I always tell the ladies, everybody's got needs. So if you're one of those people who wants that, then go for it. If not, then don't do it. Respect your body and your coochie. So yeah, you're welcome. No problem. Oh, why? Was it something that was in here? Something happened, or no? Did anybody bother you in here or something like that, or it's just something like that happened? Yeah, it can. In here I talk about a lot of serious things, and sometimes it affects people. So my apologies if I said anything that got you that way. But I like to be honest with everybody. Yeah, I know that affects a lot of people. A lot of people don't like when I talk about those things, but it's a reality. And if some people get mad at me because of preferences and the way I say things, but I don't say it in a bad way. I'm just trying to let people know that it's a part of life. Don't let it bother you. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, we may not like it, but we have to talk about it, and that's fine. I don't mind talking about anything in here, to be honest. I'm a very open and honest person. I talk about anything. It doesn't bother me. Some things I don't like to talk about in here, but sometimes it comes up, and I get myself in trouble sometimes. But hey, well, it's my life. I'm allowed to have my own opinions, and so is everybody else who comes in here. I know it's a touchy subject. I know a lot of people don't like to hear those things, but I've had my experiences with that baby mama, baby daddy drama, and I see it happen. And it's yeah, yeah. I know it affects a lot of people, and I know it's not the easy thing to talk about. And some people tell me, "Oh, you don't know anything, Mark, because you don't have kids." And when somebody says that to me, I wish I can smack them right in the face because you don't have to physically have kids in order to know how to deal with them. You know, many single teachers and teachers who don't have kids that teach kids every day of their life and never had a child. I know a few of, and I say that all the time, and people look at me like, "Damn it, he's right." I have six nephews, and I'm their favorite uncle. You can ask all six of them, and the reason I'm their favorite uncle because I treat them like they're my own child, and I love kids very much, and they're not the problem. The problem is the parents. The parents are usually the problem. The kids become a problem because the parents don't know how to deal with them. So, some people say to me, "Oh, you'll never know what life is like until you have kids." And I just laugh at them. I'm like, how many diapers have you changed, moron? Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. But my auntie and my godmother, they never had kids, and my mom had four, and my other auntie had five, and lost one. And my godmother claimed me as her son, because she didn't have one. And my godfather and my godmother were like my second parents, and I treated them like they were my mother and father, and they treated me like I was their son. And I respected that they didn't have kids, so I wanted to be like kind of their child, show them what it would like to have a child, So I visit them frequently, and respected them a lot, So um, I know what it's like, even though I don't. But my dream is to always have a child, but I'm not gonna have a child with just anybody. That's for sure. It's got to be somebody with a brain and loves kids. I'm not just gonna have a kid so I can give you child support and never see the kid again, because that's what the world is about now. Women are actually, there's a stupid woman on TikTok saying that she has 10 baby daddies because she gets all this income, and then people wonder why I say what I say. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I've had people in here tell me that conversations in here affect them, and sometimes they get upset or whatever. It's not because of me; it's because of their lives. But it's good to talk about it. It gets it off your chest. I remember coming in these chat rooms when um, when I was when I broke up with my girlfriend, and I had a hard time, understanding why the fuck this shit keeps happening, and I broke down and cried, and everybody had my back, But when I let it out that day from talking on here, it made me feel so much better. There's tears, and that letting it go, and not feeling embarrassed to talk about it finally. And it's nothing to be embarrassed about. It was just like I felt like, what the hell do I have to do to make this happen? So then I just said, fuck it, I'm just gonna talk about it, let it all out. And that's how you heal, by talking about things. So I've learned that a lot. That's why I talk a lot on here, and I'm open to talking about certain things that people say. So it doesn't bother me. I just don't want nobody to get offended, because people are so uh sensitive these days on so many topics, but I really don't give a shit what they think anyway, because this is my room, and if they don't like it, then that's their problem. Yeah. Well, that's the thing, everybody has faults and blemishes, but it doesn't mean that nobody, wants you, or entertains you, or, everything happens in our lives for a reason. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. You can say whatever you want in here. That's fine. I don't mind. Everybody in here is cool. As long as nobody's disrespecting anybody, it's all good. Nah, no need to apologize. It's all good. Everybody in here, I'm doing what I have to do. That's all that matters. People don't really say anything because they know how I am. They know that I'm, doing what I have to do. Yeah, that's fine. If when you feel that way, um, you got to do what you got to do. I don't take offense to it. Everybody is different. People do what they have to do. Um, a lot of people go through a lot of things, and they need to talk about it. And I don't mind listening. I don't mind, giving my 2 cents or advice, because I know that not everybody has, you know, good things happen in their life. But what I always, tell people is, just remember that your health means everything. So by keeping it all in, you're losing. You got to let it all out. That doesn't mean tell your business everywhere. That just means, like, if you want to cry, let it go, let it out. It helps. Crying doesn't doesn't mean it's bad. Crying could be a good thing. You're letting all that emotion come out of you, and it's good to do so. Yeah, and that's fine. Yeah, and there's nothing wrong with that. A lot of people do it. I do it too. Um, like I mentioned in my first live about mediumship, how many times I've cried with that person on the opposite end? Plenty of times. People would tell you. I have no problem shedding tears in front of my clients, and dealing with that. You know, I've shed my tears, and I'm not ashamed of it, and nobody should be. It's a part of life. Crying is a part of life. Shedding emotions is a part of life. Yeah, you can whenever you want. You can talk to me anytime. You can hit me up on Instagram. You know how to get a hold of me. That's not a problem. I don't mind. But that's the thing. If you wish you can talk about your story openly, so people will make better choices, then you should. I do it. There's nothing wrong with that. You have a channel just like me. You know. Well, it's hard, and you know what they're gonna say to you, Sonny? oh, you don't have a child, so you don't know what it's like. That's exactly what they're going to tell you. A lot of people will say that to you. But if you had a child and you start to explain things, then they will respect you more. But the thing is, you got to understand that people have this stupid mentality that they think because a person physically hasn't had a child, that you don't know what you're talking about. You see what I mean? But you do know more than a person that actually has a child, because that person who has a child probably don't even know how to deal with it, because you've had more experience with your brothers, sisters, siblings, and etc. You know? Well, that's up to you to say those things. It's there's a lot more people that have the same story, so it'll probably make you feel better when you hear somebody say the same thing. Oh, I had the same thing happen to me, son. you know yeah, it's a bit too much, but you know what, you can always delete the video afterwards. I've deleted plenty of videos off of here, trust me when I tell you. I was actually thinking about deleting the last one and this one, but sometimes I just don't really care. It's just some people are going to see it. You just have to understand that, you know. Yeah, but that's the thing. You're never going to know until, see, the other day, I was like saying to myself, you know, I never knew when I read for you that day, out of nowhere, that with the pilot thing, I would have never known that happened, because you don't say anything and you're not obligated to say those personal things anyway. But the reason why that happened, and I'll tell you why, is because those things are bottled up inside of you. So when you say those things, right, out loud, like you did, it makes spirit happier and it makes you happier, because you finally got that off your chest, open and publicly. Now I don't know if you felt better when you did say that. I know you were pretty much, giving me the praise for doing the reading, but I took no praise in it. What I learned from that situation is, thank God that happened. So now this gives you peace. Now you, Sonny, you can have peace of mind knowing that that person went out of their way to say, hey, look, I'm sorry, I fucked up. So that should make you feel really, really good about yourself, because it still proves that, these people are actually thinking about you, Right. Exactly. He had to show up, but it took a long time for him to show up. See, and that's why, right. Exactly. So now you no longer have to carry that with you. See, this is what I'm trying to tell you. The more you open up, and that's the reason why, that happened. It happened because it wants you to release those things. Because, I know you think it's personal, and sometimes, people share a lot more personal things on YouTube than you think. And I'm sure you know that, obviously, you're no dumb. But it's up to you to express yourself. And in here, a lot of things got said today, and people were in here agreeing. People in here were saying, you know what, Mark, you're absolutely right. And people are agreeing with each other. There was no disagreements in here. There was no like, oh, fuck you, I'm leaving, you're an idiot, you don't know what you're talking about. There was none of that shit going on in here. Everybody had a mutual agreement, because it's reality, it's a part of life. And when you have like the right people in the chat, you can talk about those things for a long period of time and without any type of, animosity, and when women see a guy like me talking like that, they have more respect for the whole outcome of the situation, because they're hearing it from a guy who actually has balls to say it in front of everybody and know that I'm not doing it in a fucked up way. I'm doing it in a way where it's true. What I'm saying is actually reality and what happens, but people don't want to accept it. And I'm talking on behalf of the guys like me who want that relationship. But remember, this is what we have to go through. So don't think it's our fault or your fault. It's just we have a lot of shit to deal with, you know? So a lot of people can't handle that. Yeah, exactly. And I was actually shocked that you bring it up in your chat room, but um, after you said it, people were like, "Oh my God, like Sonny, I didn't even know that," you know. So I'm sure like gain more people will have gained more respect for you, you know, talking about it. And I'm sure you feel a lot better about it. Nah, bringing sadness into the comment section, it does, you know, people are going to like, you know, respect it more than be sad. They'll respect the fact that, you know, that actually happened, you know? Yeah, exactly. Even though it was not your intention, but at the end of the day, you know, bring these things are meant to bring you comfort. Meet things that meant to those things, everything that happened between you and I with exchanging readings and me telling you those things, it's happening all for a reason. It's to bring you you know, it's to bring you healing and bring you like to a point where you don't have to keep it inside of you anymore, you know? Right. And that's you shouldn't fear it. Talking about things open and honestly. I used to be the same way, but I'm not I'm very, you know, I joke a lot, I talk a lot of shit, I have fun, but I don't disrespect nobody. But sometimes what I say may come across as, you know, kind of touchy or makes people emotional because it makes them think about their own life. But I don't do that for that reason. I'm focusing on what I'm being asked in the chat and what people are talking about and what my experiences is and how you should deal with yours. You know, at the end of the day, you know, I never want to come across as, you know, disrespecting anybody or being an asshole because I'm far from that. But I like to like remind people indirectly that, you know, there's more to life than dwelling on too much bullshit. Yeah, but you can't allow your childhood to affect your future. I know it's hard. It's better. It's easier said than done, like they say. You know. Um, yeah. Nah. And let me tell you something, Sonny. The people that I talk to in this chat room, I know a lot about them because they are so open and honest with me about their lives, and I know a lot about a lot of people. And I mentioned that in my previous live that mediumship. I know a lot of personal people's lives, and I would never, you know, come online and disrespect anybody like that unless they did something bad to me. I would defend myself, obviously, or you know, prove something. But that's not the case, you know. But that's the thing. Like I don't, you know, I don't really care what anybody thinks. I'm just trying to at the end of the day help people get, you know, being a medium is not exactly an easy job or an easy thing to tell somebody. You know, I have people who sit there and bawl their eyes out, people who say I would have never thought this person would have came through because they, you know, this is that, this is this. I have to deal with people crying, people getting emotional, people telling me stop, I don't want to hear no more. Okay, I'm done. You know, I can't take this anymore. It was too painful. And then I have people who say, hey, look, that was the best thing I ever did. You know, now I can actually sleep knowing that this person doesn't hate me or, you know, this person is, you know, in spirit, you know, I never saw them. I remember one time, I could write a book about this shit because it's so much I had to deal with at one point. But I remember one time, you know, a daughter said that she didn't get to say goodbye to her dad because she couldn't get on the flight to get to her dad because he was in another state. So by the time she got there, he passed away. So it broke her heart because she didn't get to say goodbye. And she thought that her dad will grudge her for that forever because she never saw him in dreams. She thought that her father was like, fuck you, you didn't come see me before I died, to hell with you. But that wasn't the case. You see? You know, so people think that because of that, it's an issue or a problem. But really it isn't, because if that person knows you couldn't get there on time, that spirit knows that you couldn't get there on time. But at the same time, they're not going to come in a dream and say, hey, sweetheart, and be on their bed like this and say, hey, I'm not mad at you. Then that's not going to happen. And the thing is, you have to get that message from somebody like me or another medium that can, receive that message when you're around. But that's the thing. I think that a lot of people will get more messages from people if they were more open to receiving it and if they dealt with the right person. So if they dealt with the right person, like someone like me or someone that's, has mediumship skills that will actually be honest, then, people will get more out of it. But unfortunately, it's not that easy to get that. And some people that are in spirit, they rather not say nothing to that person at all because they don't want to upset them. They don't want them to cry. They don't want them to have sleepless nights. They don't want them to think that, oh yeah, this and that. Oh my, because people can't handle those things. It actually haunts them or makes them feel a certain way where, a lot of people get too emotional when it comes to those spirit mediumship stuff. They can't handle it because the person sometimes committed suicide. So even that spirit themselves are actually, embarrassed to talk to you because they took their own life. So when I deal with, spirits that took their own life, they say to me, look, please tell this person that I didn't take my life because of them, or it's nothing to do with them. They know why I took my life. I was on drugs, or I had a fucked up, like whatever. They say this and say that, and then they plead to me and tell me, hey, look, this is how I committed suicide. I know you don't like that, Mark, but please forgive me. And then I would say, okay, I don't like people who commit suicide because I think that's the worst thing you could do. But at the end of the day, I can't change it. You've already did it. So my whole thing is I'm not going to grudge that person because of my beliefs. I want that person to give comfort and healing to the person I'm about to give the reading for. So I had to learn that too, because I didn't really like people that committed suicide. I still don't. But I did it because I knew people needed, that closure is the word I've been wanting to say forever. Closure. Yes. Oh, well, that's good. At least you got, he came in a dream and told you that. So, yeah. And that's the thing. Some of these people aren't bad people. They just had a bad life and a bad experience. And at that time, they couldn't do anything about it, unfortunately. But it's life. Yeah. No, that's fine, sweetheart. You don't have to apologize to me. I don't take that personally at all, sweetheart. I go through this every day, you know. Even some people that come in here and ask me for a question, they get their answer and they leave, or they get their message and leave. I don't take that shit personally. I don't really care, you know. I'm here to do what's best for me, and if I make those people happy by giving them a message, then they can leave knowing that they got what they want, and I pretty much got what I want, and by helping you. But see, they probably think that they probably don't care about what I think, but I do. As long as you're happy when you leave here and you got what you got out of me, then that's fine. I look at things a lot differently now. Yeah, oh, I know you're not the only one. Um, I think a lot of people in here left because of that too. But it's conversations that people have to hear to wake them up. You know how many people come back to me the next day and say, "Hey, Mark, when you were talking about, um, are you at, are you remember what you said to me last night?" And I was like, "Yeah, I remember about such and such, and take care of yourself and be more, attentive. Do you and love yourself." Some people come back the next day, or they'll hit me up on Instagram and say, "Mark, thank you so much for giving me confidence, and thank you so much for," I get a lot of people thanking me for actually, being positive and turning their negative situation into a positive situation, or waking them up to reality that life is more than worrying about this fucking guy that is not communicating with you. Don't worry about him. Worry about yourself. Worry about your life. Worry about your health. Worry about your child. Worry about your job. Who fucking cares if this guy don't talk to you no more? It's his loss, not yours. So when I say that to certain women, they'll thank me for saying that, because not too many people will say things like that, because they're not looking at it like that. Some women would say, "Oh, fuck him. He's not communicating with you. Well, tell him go to hell. You're a queen and you're this and you're that." Some women are too sexist and too, have this vendetta against men all the time. But what these women don't realize is not every man is the same. And I can sit here and bash women all day too. But who's to say that all women are bad? They're not. I know I'd rather hang out around women than I hang out around guys. But I have more women friends than I have men friends. And that's my choice. And I have that because they understand me and I understand them. You know? But that's the way it is. Am I having an earthly work day tomorrow? Yes, I will be working tomorrow because unfortunately we have a possible hurricane coming this way by Friday night, Saturday at the latest. But it's not a hurricane, it's a tropical storm, Earl. And it's actually making its way up towards us, but it won't be like hitting us until maybe Thursday, Friday. But tomorrow there's supposed to be there's actually an update in a few minutes at midnight. I'm gonna watch that, but that's why I'm staying up late, because in 6 more minutes they're having an update, so I'm gonna go watch that weather update now. And if the hurricane comes fairly close, I have to, board up this house, my mom and dad, make sure they're safe, make sure the generator works, make sure we have gas, make sure we have this. I have to board up some windows, make sure everything's secure. So this is going to be a very busy week for me. If it comes and hits us dead on, we're in trouble, because it's supposed to be a category 2 by the time it reaches here. But I'm praying and hoping that it just brushes by and doesn't do anything. But only God knows if that's going to happen. So I can't predict the weather, and I'm not about to try and predict if a storm's going to hit or not. That's not up to me. But I'm going to, if it does come here by Friday, I'm going to be a very busy man, because I have a lot of properties that I have to attend to. A lot of things to pack away. So I'm starting actually tomorrow morning. I'm going to go to my parents' house, make sure the generator works properly, make sure they have gas, because I take care of my parents first. And make sure they have everything they need. I'm going to go to the store, get everything they need, because my dad just got diagnosed with hernia. So he's not going to be able to lift anything. So I have to go there, get all this stuff, make sure everything's out of there, make sure everything's tied down, because he can't do anything. So it's another challenge for me this week to do that. But hopefully God doesn't bring it here. Hopefully God does something to scoot it away and go out in the ocean and don't go to nobody. But I can't control the weather. So we'll see what happens. I'll keep everybody updated and let everybody know. But during the hurricane, I'll probably go live so I can be occupied. Yeah, he's apparently going to see how it goes first, and he might need surgery, but they're not sure yet because they did a CAT scan today. Um, and they said that he might need surgery. It all depends on how it is. They're still going to do some tests on him because he's on medication all the time for his heart, and he's got like a lot of medical issues. So having an operation is like not a good thing to do. But they said that that operation isn't going to really affect him. He's just going to be out of commission for a while. But I pray for him every day, and I pray for a lot of people every day. But what's meant to be is gonna meant to be. As long as I actually had 3 different psychics tell me that my dad was gonna have some medical issues, and they were right. I was hoping they were wrong, but they were actually right. Now I know what they were talking about, so it finally happened. But hopefully he'll be all right. And I have to go there tomorrow and sort out everything, make sure he's okay. Yeah, he's not. He's fine. He says that it only hurts him when he walks, but when he's laying down and sitting down, it doesn't hurt him at all. So for that to happen, then I know that it's not really serious. I had hernia too, but it went away because I took care of myself. I think that like you kind of sprain it or whatever, or it's strenuous on you. I had that feeling at once or twice here and there because I lift a lot of heavy things too. So I remember feeling that pain, but I never needed an operation or anything like that. Yeah, like it happened to me a while ago. Like I was always constantly lifting things, so I had the pain all the time. I actually ordered a back brace today for my sciatic nerve pain. Apparently, this back brace my friend was telling me is really good. You put it on, and it actually helps your sciatic nerve pain too. So he says you should work with it so it helps you. So I ordered that today. So hopefully that comes in end of the week. So yeah, arnica oil works for sciatic pain too. It helps. Arnica oil. That's what it's called. Yeah. I heard that the back brace thing works, so I'm gonna try it. I'll try anything to be honest. All right. Oil. I'll try that. Okay. You won't have to deal with the pain anymore. So you said Amazon sells it? Okay, cool. I'll try that then. Amazon delivers to the place that I get my stuff at. So I'll check. I'll write it down. Amazon. I have Amazon Prime, so I'll get it here fast. Yeah, I'll try that. Cool. We'll do that. Thank you, Sonny. I appreciate the information. I meant to ask you now that you're here. It's just us in here anyway. Um, yeah, we're not gonna eat it. Yeah. Um, on your website, right? That you have, um, I went on there and it says it shows like those bracelets and it has like an amethyst bracelet. Like, is that for men or is just for women? Or like it's for anybody? Like that's my question. Doesn't matter. Okay, cool. I thought that like it was meant for women only, or like it doesn't matter. So right, yeah. Because I have a diamond bracelet thing, and I think it's 7.5, and I have to check it though because I have to measure it. Yeah, one day I measured it, and I think it was 7.5, but I think you have 7, 7.5, and 8. So I did look at it. There's some interesting things on there. I saw the beard and what is it, beard oil or something like that, something for guys' beards. Yeah, yeah. I saw the beard oil. I would like to get that because I actually shaved uh, yesterday for the first time in probably a year because I don't like to shave because it gives me like bumps and pimples. So what I do is I just use the electric thing just to like shave it to where it's not physically shave it but just trim it. Because when I shave, it actually makes me get bumps and shit. So I don't want that. Yeah, the shaving oil. Yeah, that's what I meant. The beard and shaving oil. So that way it doesn't affect me. Yeah, I don't really shave. That's what I mean. I would like to shave more often, but it affects my skin. Like the shaving cream is not the right thing. Like, yeah, I didn't see the shaving cream on there. Maybe I have to look more on there, but um, oh, okay, okay. Yeah, I want to order that bracelet. I'm gonna order it from that X Etsy or whatever it's called, ETSY. Yeah, yeah, I wanted to prevent the bumps. I mean, I didn't get no bumps this time. I'm surprised, but it's not too late because I just did it yesterday. So I tried it again because my machine wasn't working. No, you don't have to send it to Bermuda. I have an address in Delaware, right? Yeah, I was meant to tell you that. See, it says it can't send to Bermuda. I already checked, but see, I have a U.S. address, and you send it to the U.S. address in Delaware, and there's no taxes, no nothing, and I don't have to pay any extra because if you send things to Delaware, there's no tax. And now the place that I deal with, I used to deal with New Jersey, but now they closed it down. They send it to Delaware now, and you can send it to Delaware, and then from Delaware it gets sent to me to Bermuda, and I just go pick it up. I won't order, but I wanna get a few things. So, like I want to get that bracelet, but I have to measure my Okay, son. But I'm very interested in the amethyst bracelet. I really like that because I like amethyst stuff, and I've always wanted to get like an amethyst bracelet. Because that's my crystal, right? I have tons of them in the back here. I have all these crystal things here. I even got an amethyst pendulum and all sorts of crystals and stuff. Like I want a bracelet, but that's the only one that I actually liked. The other ones I've seen are like, nah. But that one actually looks nice, but I didn't know if it was a woman one or a guy one. So I wanted to ask you that, but I don't want to ask you in your chat because it's nothing to do with your chat. So I was like, nah, I'm not gonna ask her. I'll just wait to ask her in my chat. But I just remembered it. So yeah, I want to get the bracelet and that the beard oil thingy or whatever, the shaving cream stuff. That's what I want. I saw it I was gonna order it, but then it said it doesn't deliver to Bermuda. So then I was like, okay, well now that we have the new Delaware address, we can send it to Delaware. Yeah, I'll check it out, and I'll once I go back on there, I'll go back on there, and then when I measure the bracelet tomorrow, I'll measure it. So Um, yeah, you can. She likes all that stuff. Um, she likes all those type of things. She's a Sagittarius, so I don't even know what the Sagittarius crystal is. I can't remember. But anyway, you know what she needs? She needs one of those protection bracelets, like a she needs like a black tourmaline bracelet. That's what she needs. She needs any type of bracelet that brings her protection from jealousy and like shitty people. Because she works with some crazy ass women that are stupid and they always hate on her because she's so well liked. So like I want to get her something that will like protect her from those energies. So that's something that you can send. But I'll give you the Delaware address so that way you can send it to Delaware and then I can get it. And it won't take long. Yeah, just let me know what will work for her in your mind. You know what you're doing. I'll just let you deal with it, you know? Yeah, not spiritual bracelets, but those crystals like help, like those things help to defend against, you know, those things. All I have to do is get it in my possession and I do the rest. I'll put it to you that way. All I need is the actual bracelet itself and I'll do the rest. Yeah, I can make it work. Trust me. Yeah. Yeah. I already try to protect her as much as she can, but she's doing good now. She's a lot better because I told her that she has to physically say it instead of, you know, just not do it. But she's learning slowly but surely. Yeah, I trust you. I trust that it's all good stuff. I definitely believe that. That's why I'm asking you because I rather get it from you because there's another person that I deal with, but uh, she hasn't come through. So I'm tired of dealing with her now. I rather deal with people who are actually serious, you know. So, oh, I know. Yeah, that's why I'm getting it from you. So I want to get it done properly. Yeah, I'm sure. There's actually a lady here that has like fairies and stuff all around her. Sometimes it's hard for me to believe those things because I don't see those things, but it doesn't mean it's not real. Because everybody, like I tell everybody, everybody has a different situation. Some people have angels, some people have fairies, and me, I just see spirits. So I just see dead people. I don't really see those like angels and fairies and um, I have dealt with like alien stuff before. Once I did like a reading for this chick that she said she was like um, you know, dealing with alien stuff and she wanted me to check it out and sure as shit uh, I believe in all those things, you know. The world is so big. There's not everybody's skeptical, but there is a lot of things that are very true, you know. Yeah. Oh, that's the thing. They'll come to people who are actually going to believe it. The world is a big place full of a lot of things. Some people have to see to believe, and some people have to believe to see. So it's a task, but I've seen a lot of crazy things. These eyes and this mind and this brain has seen a lot since I've been doing this a lot more frequently. But it doesn't bother me at all. It's it's another day. That's how I look at it. It doesn't bother me. Oh, okay. Yeah, there's a lot of things in there that people don't know. Yeah. Um, like I said, all because I haven't really seen it in spirit and seen it around me, it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. But I believe in a lot of things, a lot more things than people think. And yeah, sure. I mean, we can't tell all the stories in one day, but it's good that exchanging stories is good. You know, people. You know, some people think that they can talk to certain people. Like people can talk to me, and I wouldn't think that they're crazy because I also have seen things that will probably make you think I'm crazy. But I've had some off the wall experiences with people who ask me a lot of crazy things. And because I have a channeling ability, you know, I can channel pretty much what that person wants me to channel. I just have to be careful, you know. If I feel off, I'm not going to do it. If I feel like someone's trying to like, get in the wrong way, and I'm going to be like, fuck this. No thanks. Bye. But other times I'm like, let me see what's going on here. I'll be a little adventurous and try and see things. Um, but it's a task that people have a lot of. I admire a lot of people's abilities to see angels, to deal with angels, to deal with fairies, um, to deal with spirit. People are amazing. People have a lot of. That's why I tell people this. I'm not. I'm just one person. There's a lot of people that have a lot more different talents that you'd be amazed. And I love listening to things and listen to stories and listen to people with their adventures. Oh, okay. Right. But they come to certain people because they know that that person is doing things or been through things where they put themselves in a sacred place, or they feel really comfortable being around you. I tell people that, majority of the time when we deal with those things, um, that the reason why they come to us is because they feel secure and safe. So that's why they come, because they know that you're in a place where they can come to you and know that it's safe for them to deal with you, talk to you, acknowledge you. Um, but sometimes, like when you explain it to somebody, they'll be like, "What? What are you talking about? You're out of your mind." People think that it's bullshit, but it's not. It's just like how. That's why when people make movies, some people say, "Well, this is bullshit," but sometimes it isn't, because it really is. The movie's bullshit, but it's based on a true story. It's based on what people really have seen in real life. Yeah, yeah. Well, it's crazy. You see how you said, he said, we'll give you money you want, you spread a message. Well, that's the thing. I always talk about those things because I when I first came online, I don't really believe in charging a lot of money. I don't really believe in, like, uh, basing things on money. And a lot of people were mad at me. Other readers were mad at me because they needed the money from this stuff, because they needed to pay their bills. They needed to, you know, needed the money for their life. And I used to always say, this isn't my life. I have my own business. I don't really need the money off of this stuff. But that's just my life. So, but you have to respect the fact that I don't want to base it on money. I want to base it on reality, base it on truth, base it on help. So that's my choice. So if you don't like my choice, then that's your problem. You're still going to make money. You're still going to have your channel and you're still going to do things your way. And those people that said those things to me are still doing what they're doing now. So at the end of the day, why did you even say that to me? Trying to make me seem like I have to be like you. I don't have to be like you. My life is different from you. But see, that's the problem. That's why I know real angels and spirits and fairies and all those type of things and alien, all those type of things. They don't come to people like that because those people get the worst part of it. They get the devilish entities and the bad people so they can continue to be bad because they base it on one thing, making money. But you can make money in a righteous, good way doing this stuff. There's nothing wrong with that. You can come on here like me, like I did, like I do every night. I answer people's questions in full. I make money, yes. And that's it. What's so bad about that? It's the same thing if you have your own business. People are going to pay you. People are not going to want to pay you. People are going to hire somebody else. Everybody's got to eat. Everybody makes money. Everybody's got to do what they got to do. Some people are good. Some people are bad. Some people got to pay 2 and 3 times to get the right thing done or right answer. But people, when you do it in a righteous way, that money doesn't mean anything. And that's what I try and like emphasize more to people. Like, okay, you can make money in a legit, honest way, but don't allow that money to be you. Like, don't allow that money to take over your channel or your life. Like, because you're getting that money because you're good at what you do, but don't allow that money to run your life or make, people in your chat room or people that are your clients think that that's all you want. Because it shouldn't be that way. Right. And that's the thing. And because you're not money hungry, the money will come and you will have the money to do what you have to do. Yeah. But that's the thing. You're doing it for a purpose. What I mean by people being greedy, that's another thing. Like people are like, um, I've said names in the past, but I don't do it anymore. But I used to tell people like blatantly who was like people who you shouldn't deal with because all they want is money. And people eventually find out for themselves that they make the wrong decision by going to a psychic who's going to sit there and bullshit them and take $50 for a bullshit question. And and then you don't get the answer and then it doesn't happen and then you feel like an idiot because you're not going to get that money back. That's why if a lot of people don't have common sense when it comes to things like this, and I tell people, read all the fine print, read what that person has there. Why you think that person don't do private readings? Put 2 and 2 together. Why do you think that some psychics say, oh, I don't do personal readings? Well, why you don't do them? I wonder why. Because you were probably more wrong than you were right because you were using it as a money source. So that's your dumbass, So I tell people all the time, well, because you see that reader doing like signs and things like that doesn't mean that they're good. They're reading like that because that's all they know. They're doing it for a money purpose. But some people don't care. They rather go to those people just to get bullshit free stuff. Oh, nice. Yeah, and some people don't have the time, and I respect that. But I know a lot of readers from the past that did private readings and they don't do them anymore. And the reason they don't do it anymore because one, they charge me, they charge too much money, and none of it happened. It was just a bunch of gibberish. And I've had a lot of people come to me and say, "Hey, Mark, do you know so and so?" And I'm like, "Yeah." "Oh, I saw you in that room, but do you know that that person robbed me this much money and nothing ever happened? And they did this to me and they did that to me." And I'm like, "Fuck, I'm sorry to hear that." I've had so many people come to me and say, "Hey, this person, they did me wrong. This person didn't want to give me my money back. Um, why did this person do this to me?" And I'm like, should have read the fine print, you know? You said, no, no, it's, let me tell you, Sonny, it's not how much you charge, it's the service you bring. If you give an honest reading and say everything that you see, then you're priceless. Everybody tells me I charge too little, but to me, I'm never going to change my prices. They've been the same forever, and I won't change them. I actually charge less now for a single question. I used to charge 15 a question, but now I charge 10. And sometimes I, like today and yesterday, I charge whatever you want to give me. Some people give me 3, 5, 6, 7. I don't really care. I'm not going to sit there and be like, I'm not answering your question because you gave me $2 or $3. It is what it is. As long as that person is happy, that's all that matters to me. I don't really care. Because when I die, you can't take none of that shit with you. No, I never preach that you're the best because I never do that either. People say, "Hey, Marky, you're the best." Okay, that's your opinion of me. Fine, that's cool. But I don't let that shit get to my head. I know I'm good at what I do, but I'm not going to sit here and, say, I heard a woman guarantee her readings are real. And I'm like, okay. So I got a reading from her. And so far, it's just been right because she was one of the readers who said my dad was gonna have problems, and he did. So she was the first person to tell me that. So she's actually right. But she ran her mouth and said that she is the real deal. But see, I don't say shit like that. That's not good to say because you're not the real deal. You're nothing without the spirit that helps you. But obviously, maybe she doesn't think that. Because some people don't believe in spirit and some people don't believe in God. But spirit will be like, well, we can't help her because she thinks it's her, but at least we're gonna take care of her because she's deep down a good person. So if you're really doing good but you don't believe in them, they'll help you anyway because they feel sorry for you probably. I know that sounds crazy, but that's what I think. What did you say? Yeah, I do my best. I can't preach it from the best. To be honest, you being my good friend, can you say Sonny is 100% accurate or no? Oh, so far, yeah. So far, you've been right about the things that I ask you. I can't say you're not. I don't really ask too many things, but when I get a message from you, it's been fine to me. If not, I wouldn't be speaking to you. Because I can't tolerate people who don't know what they're doing, and that aggravates the shit out of me. But the only thing that when I'm in your room, I know people aggravate you and people do things and you put them in their place. But the only thing my advice to you is try not to give those people your energy. Just acknowledge what they're just acknowledge that they made a comment or they're aggravating you, but don't actually try not to continuously call them out because it ruins your energy. You may not think it ruins your energy, but I think that personally it affects you. So and then you're like, okay, I'm gonna get on with the reading. Like, so people are like probably saying, you know, I'm aggravating her. I feel bad now, but they probably don't even mean it, you know? Because I've been in there sometimes and I'm like, I don't think you're harsh, but I think you're trying to uh, put too much effort into controlling your room when you should just like, if you, some people in here, they'll be like, oh, can I do that? And I'll just ignore them. I'll be like, they'll get the point. Oh, I know it gets to you. I know it gets to you. But like, try not to give it your energy. I'm not saying it's a bad or good thing, and don't take it personally. And I know you're not, but like, my opinion is try not to allow these people to get to you. I know it's so freaking hard because I'm the type of person I want to tell somebody, look, shut the fuck up. Sometimes it's not their fault because people don't have common sense, and we have to understand that, we can't always think that everybody is like, 100% smart. At the end of the day, if they're coming in your room and actually giving you the time of day, I think that we should actually acknowledge the fact that, they're actually there. And by having people in there, sometimes they'll never give you $1, or they'll never say thank you, or they'll just come in and say, hi, can I ask this question? Or hi, can I get a message? Or hi, this, or this, my question is this. See, some people's behaviors we can't control, but we can like benefit off of them if we're right and we prove to them we're good. So, I know sometimes, it's hard to deal with, but I know I used to be like that too. But when I see you, I see my old self, in my room getting annoyed and like putting people in their place, but it takes away from your energy. See how you were like apologetic for like talking to me while I was doing readings? It didn't affect me at all, see? And it didn't affect anybody else. I don't care if you're sitting there talking to somebody, it don't affect me because I know like you're not doing it in a malicious intent. Like it's not it's not a malicious intention, because I know that you're not doing it on purpose. You're like, you're talking and you're out of respect. You're like, okay, I hope I'm not like irritating this person or Mark. But if you were, we would say something, which you weren't, so it didn't matter. And plus at the end of the day, people know me. I don't really care. Like I comment and I still do the readings. It don't affect me. But I see it does affect you sometimes. But I like, if my advice is to work on that. Like try to be like how I was today. Like just be, just be like, yeah, whatever. Like trying not to let it affect your energy so much. Yeah. And blame your mom? Okay, I'll blame your mom then. You know what? I'm nothing like my mom and dad, because my mom and dad were they still are nothing like me. Sometimes I think I was adopted, or like, I must have got switched at birth, but because I look like them, I know I wasn't. But not every brother and sister is the same. Not every parent and child is the same. And I consider myself way different than my parents. My parents are very negative, worrisome, and they have a lot of anxiety. And I'm not like that. I'm very outgoing, free, happy, fun, laughing. I don't really let things get to me like that. If you do get on my nerves and I, tell you about yourself, it's because you really press my buttons and you're disrespecting me, and I'm going to tell you about yourself, and you probably won't speak to me no more. And I don't really care if nobody speaks to me anymore, because it's your loss, not mine, because you never did anything for me that I didn't do for you. And we have to keep on having that mentality. I know it sucks, and I know sometimes people think I'm harsh, but you have to have the mentality these days that you need me. You need me more than I need you. And if you have that mentality in a humble way, then you will always win. And I know that sounds harsh, but you have to have that mentality. If not, you ain't gonna survive. You're gonna be aggravated every fucking day. So it's like you're putting yourself on a pedestal because you're worth something. But if you don't think you're worth anything, then where are you gonna go? Nowhere. My brother had a very hard upbringing. Yeah. Oh, right. Yeah. See. Yeah, that's the thing. My parents were non-supportive. They broke my heart many times because they didn't let me do what I want to do. But once I left. I was like the earliest child to leave. I left home at 19. I was like, fuck you, I'm out of here. I'm gonna go get an apartment. I can afford it. I'm in the army. I'm a mechanic. I'm making good money. I'm a DJ, and I'm not gonna let you ruin my life. I'm 19. You can't run my life no more. I pretty much said that to him, and my parents didn't speak to me for a long time. But they thought that I was gonna go to jail, and because I was hanging around gangsters and drug lords, and I was a wild child. I was DJing at night around crazy ass people, but I never went to prison. I never got locked up. I never ever got arrested or nothing like that. But see, in their mind, because of who I hung around, they thought that I was going to be the same as them. But that's not necessarily the case. The thing is, even when I went on my own, they told me you're making a big mistake. You should be working for somebody. You're never going to have a full-time job. Blah, 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 blah. They discouraged me from everything possible. And I said to them, you know what? Fuck you again. I'm going to do whatever I want. I'm just letting you know I'm going on my own. But guess who they need every time something breaks? If I was there, I would knock the door to come in. No, you're right. Why your intense thought about you like that? Oh, why your parents thought you were like that? Because of who I hung around. Yeah, I always hung around. Yeah, okay. Now I know what you meant. Now I was confused. Yeah, my parents always thought the worst of me because of who I hung around. See, I grew up in a very ghetto neighborhood with a lot of drug lords, a lot of guys who were criminals, a lot of guys who did a lot of bad things, but it didn't mean I was bad. The only reason why I was around them because we were neighbors. We saw each other every damn day. We grew up with each other, but I never got in trouble like that. I knew what was right from wrong. Or because you hang around people like that doesn't mean you're gonna turn out like that. You know. So, I went through a lot of childhood bullshit because of my parents. And even till today, they still doubt everything I do. And now they understand that, I'm fine. And they don't know I do this, by the way. They have no idea that I do psychic stuff and I have this channel. They don't have no clue that I do this. Sometime during COVID, they were like, how the fuck are you gonna survive? You're not gonna making any money. I said, I'm fine. I saved a lot of money. I'm fine. But all the while I was making money on here. You know? Yeah, really. They don't know I do this stuff. I would never tell them because they would think that it's a lie and they would think that I'll probably be crazy. You know. No, they believe in psychic stuff. But when they ask me psychic things, I tell them I have a friend that I'll talk to, but I go home and do the reading and find out the information. I never forget the day when my grandmother died. My father always thought that his brother would steal the money because he had access to my granny's account. So he thought, in he's always negative. So my dad thought that his brother would rob the money and not give him any, or he would never get his money. Right? So when my grandmother died, she had like a certain amount in there. I'm obviously gonna say those personal things on here, but I'll explain it this way. So he said, "Hey, can you talk to your psychic friend in Boston And I always told him that I had a psychic friend in Boston, which I do. Actually, it's not a lie, but I don't go to her to ask her questions like that. I do it myself. Um, so I said to him, okay, yeah, I'll talk to her, because he wanted to know whether or not, my uncle, which is his brother, was going to take more money and give him less, or he was going to split it down the line, because he would never know, because his brother's not going to tell him anything. So she passed away like in June or something like that. So I told him, I said, the psychic told me you won't get no money till November. And when you get the money, it's going to be this amount. And he started laughing. And he said, no, that's not true. That psychic's dumb. They don't know what the hell they're talking about. Because I know my mother didn't have that type of money, and I know that she, this and that, and it's never gonna take. She's dead now. You think it's gonna take that long for me to get the money? That psychic's dumb. They don't have no clue. So I was like, okay, well, whatever, Dad. Don't ask me again about to ask my psychic friend. So I never doubted the reading. I never said one word. So I waited, and then July came, August came, September came, no money. So he thought that my uncle robbed him and took the money. So one day he called his uncle. He called my uncle, his brother, and said, hey, what's the deal with mom's, finances? Like, did she have any money? You haven't said anything. You control her bank account. What's going on? He says, oh, the bank's dealing with it, but it takes time because she's dead. So we had to pay for the funeral out of her. We pay for the funeral. That was such and such money. We pay for this. That was such and such a money. We pay for the caretaker, and now this is left. So this is the amount of money you're getting, but we're not getting it till November. So then when I came to, he was so embarrassed to tell me that it was true. So my mom had to tell me, because my dad's a dickhead like that, right? He would never admit that I'm right, or like, because I wish I would. I kind of wanted to tell him that it was me that did the reading and I'm the psychic, but I said, no, I'm not going to stoop down to his stupidity, because I know how he is. So he said to me, he didn't say one word. My mom, me and my mom were at having lunch, and my mom said, hey, guess what? She starts laughing, right? She goes, hey, your psychic friend's very good. And I was like, what are you talking about? He's like, oh, about the money, about grandma and this and that. Your dad finally called his brother to talk about it. And the same amount of money you said he was going to get, he said the exact same amount, and he said the exact same time. So we'll see if it happens. So on like November 17th, right, as the day was going by, he was like, trying to make sure the reading wasn't going to happen. That's how much of a weirdo my dad is. And he'd be like, oh, it's the 14th and nothing's happening there. Nah. So I told you that person don't know what they're doing. So on the 17th of November, he actually received the money. So I was right the whole time. That's why I won't tell them that I do, because they're going to aggravate me for more questions and more things, and they won't believe it. And then when it doesn't happen, they're going to say, see, you're dumb. You don't know what you're talking about. And I'm like, I can't handle that, because that pisses me off. So I rather like indirectly lie, sort of, and, just do it myself. So when that happened, my sister laughed her ass off and said, I can't believe that shit. Seymour, I told you they're never going to believe you. And I'm like, I know, I don't really care, so don't worry about it. Yeah, well, that's the thing. I don't really say, the only people that know my family is my nephews and my sister. Nobody else knows in my family. But when I went on TikTok, the beginning of this year, some Bermudians found out that I did it, and I kind of like pretty much never went on there again, because I didn't want them to know that I did it, because I don't want people to like run back to my parents and say, oh, I didn't know your son is a psychic. And then my parents would be like, what? And people were like, I want this, my nephew's cousin came up to him in school and said, "Hey, I saw your Uncle Mark doing cards on TikTok. What's that about?" And those guys are like, they didn't even know how to respond. They were like, "Oh, that's just something that he does. I don't know. I don't see him on TikTok." So they kind of have my back and whatever. So once I saw it, then my cousin came out of nowhere at the grocery store with his son. He goes, "Hey, I saw you on TikTok, man. I didn't know you do psychic stuff." And I'm like, "Yeah, I've been doing it for years." And once that happened, I was like, "Yeah, I'm taking down my videos on TikTok and I ain't going on there no more." Because I don't want people here to really know that I do it, because I don't want nobody banging on my door. I don't want nobody in my apartment. I don't do face-to-face readings. That's not my thing. I don't want your energy around me like that. I don't mind doing video chats like I do, but physical stuff, I don't like that. So I don't want a person to bring their energy in my home, because that's not a good thing. I know a psychic here that does that for a living, and she charges $100 an hour. But she's not worth that, because I've been to her twice, and everything she said about work was true, but love wasn't. Nada. Yep, an hour. So, but she definitely gave a lot of information. Yeah, it is a lot, but you know what? If you're worth it, you're worth it. I charge 50 for a half an hour, and I think that I'm well worth it. And at the end of the day, there's a lot of people who charge way more than that. But she gave me a lot of information. She was right about maybe 80% of the reading was right. The other 20% was about love stuff that never happened. But the work stuff definitely happened. She described the people who I was gonna be with too. I was like, holy shit. um, I've the people who can't afford it. The people who can't afford it, I always say, let me tell you, Sonny, I've explained this in my earlier live as well. I got asked in my earlier live, right? You were there. I got asked, how much do you charge for mediumship? And I said $55 for half an hour, but I always go over the time. So you're pretty much going to get an hour for $55, and you're probably going to get guaranteed probably the best mediumship reading you ever get, because I will make sure that it's on point and it's going to be worth your time and your money. So I charge 55 a half hour because I know I'm going to be way more than that. I've never done a mediumship reading for half an hour. It doesn't exist. But people will say, "Hey, you want me to send you more money?" And I'm like, "No, I'm fine. Good. Oh, Mark, I love you. Thank you so much. No problem." And then next thing you know, I'm got a gift in my mailbox, or I have an extra $20 in my PayPal account from them. And I'm like, "Look, you didn't have to do that. Like, don't worry about it." But, it's just the way people are. Some people think that I'm worth more. Some people think that my prices are fine. You're never going to please everyone. It's not going to happen. Some people thought that $15 a question was too much. So I said, well, give me what you can afford. Because I feel like I shouldn't have to do it for free. But if I do it for free, it's because I know you. Like earlier, I did a free question for Becca. No problem. I didn't ask her for money because she had already gave me $5 in the previous live to answer, to do a general. So I feel like I'm the type of person, if you pay me once, I will always give you something, for free. That's how I am. If you've actually acknowledged to pay me once, then I'll always take care of you, because you actually went out of your way to do something that most people won't do. And I always send money to everybody. Like I get free stuff too, but I always try to pay people. But I pay people sometimes, and sometimes I get it for free too. It's the same thing with me. But I try not to ever let the money part, I don't dwell on that. I hate that, to be honest. Even with my business, I do a lot of things for free, or I just don't charge the whole amount of hours. But I don't. But that's why I have a good life. That's why I'm not in the hospital, and that's why I'm not suffering from any health issues. Because the more honest you are, and the less greedy you are, and if you don't dwell yourself on money and more of help, then you get helped in return. No, I'm just telling you what I do. Like I always explain that that's how I feel. That's what I do. Like, it doesn't matter how good I am. I'm just charging what people were when I first made my prices, I asked people, like, what do you think that I should charge? Like, what do you think I'm worth? And whatever they told me, I took like a couple dollars off of that and said, all right, well, I'll charge this. And it was like, okay, cool. And as you know, you have a PayPal too. So when somebody sends you a PayPal, like when these people send me $10, sometimes I only get $9.18 because of the tax. So what am I supposed to do? Say, hey, you better give me the extra 88 cents or else I'm not answering your question because I need that $10? Hell no. I don't really care. Even when somebody gets a $50 reading from me for half an hour, I only get $47 sometimes because they don't want to pay the tax. They take it out of the $50 and say, fuck you, here's your $47. That's what people do sometimes. But I don't take it personally. I'm just like, okay, well, I'm just going to give you the reading and I'm going to be honest and I don't care about the money because at the end of the day, if I die today, that money stays behind and it's not even worth anything anymore. Yeah, and I appreciate that, and that's the thing. Like anybody who knows me knows that I don't dwell on those things. And that's why people do come to me and people do trust me. That's why in my earlier life, I don't really like to do that and like say to people, oh, I'm done mediumship readings for people in here. They can tell you. I don't even like saying that sometimes. But when I said it, everybody that was here that I did a reading for, they had nothing but good things to say. But I don't do it for that reason. I just want that person that wants to get a reading to be reassured that, I am real and I will help you and you're not going to waste your money. And if you feel like you did, I'll give you your money back. It don't faze me. It don't faze me one bit because money ain't going to run my life. Never has and never will. But God forbid I say that shit in somebody's room that loves money. They want to kill me. Don't say that you're taking food off from my table. I never forget a woman said that to me. This woman had the audacity to tell me that I was taking food off her table because I didn't want to take a certain amount of money for readings. And I should like do this and do that and do that. I'm like, woman, don't fucking tell me what to do. You're out of your goddamn mind. I video chatted her. I said, what are you doing now? I said, I want to video chat you because I need to talk to you face to face because I'm not a keyboard warrior. She goes, yeah, sure. You can, yeah, go ahead. So I looked at her right through that camera. I said, woman, don't ever tell me what to do. Don't ever tell me what to charge. I'm not taking no food off your table. It's not my fault you're a shit psychic. It's not my fault that you con people for money. And it's not my fault that you bullshit these people. The people that you put me on to, they like me because I'm real and you're fake. So it's not my fault. Those people are coming to my chat room. I didn't take them from your chat room. You introduced me to your chat room. And you used me to collaborate with you. And then, because everybody took to me and not to you, you got jealous and threw a hissy fit. And now I'm the worst person in the world. Well, you should have never put me onto your crowd then. Because they're going to go where the readings are right. You think they're going to pay you for bullshit? That's not my problem. That's what happened to me on here. And that person doesn't even exist on here no more. And I wonder why. See? That's why I don't have no problem, with anybody. Just don't sit there and tell me that people are coming over to me now and not to you. And I don't want to hear that shit. So that's not my problem. I never ask you to do anything for me. I tell everybody that I don't ask for nothing. You'll never hear me say, hey, share my video, put me on, tell everybody about me. I need it. I never in life, you'll never ever hear me say that. I don't even ask anybody to like my videos. I don't ask nobody to do nothing. You're not obligated to do anything for me. All I want is respect and honesty. And if you want help, I'll give it to you. It's not a problem. But don't sit there and tell me I took shit from you when you gave it to me. That's what I don't like about certain readers. They were like, "Oh, I told everybody about you, and now they go to see you and they don't come to see me." Well, I wonder why. So whose fault's that? Mine for being real, or yours because you can't control what goes on in your life? That ain't my problem. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. But that's how I've been treated on here. That's why I don't come on here much, because I had to deal, because of the subscribers mode now. I feel more safe because they would never subscribe to me because I can see when people subscribe. It shows their name, so I know who they are. And even if they come in a fake name, I'll feel it, or I'll see what they're up to. If they try to test me, I know that they're full of shit. But oh, trust me, me and Rising went through a lot of bullshit because people hated on us. Because I was helping her, she was helping me. I was praising her, she was praising me. People didn't like that. People tried to get in between us too, but we're too smart for that because we talked off of here, and we made sure that we weren't gonna be separated by people. I got a lot of love and respect for a lot of people, but don't do that shit to me. Like I can't stand when people share things or tell people about me and then they complain about it. So then don't do it. I never asked you to do it. I know you genuinely do it because you want people to get helped, but I've never once said to you to do it. Because I know what it's like. I know that it might turn sour because of what happened in the past. And I don't get that feeling from you, obviously. But I have been treated like that in the past, and it pisses me off when people do that. It's like, it's not my fault. What the hell you want me to do? When I go in people's rooms, I never talk about my channel unless I'm asked. I never say anything because it's disrespectful. And I never try to take somebody's people or publicize my life in anybody's chat room, because I hate being accused of something I don't do. That's what really makes me mad more than anything. And people have a bad habit of doing that to me, and I don't deserve that because I don't do that shit to nobody. And I have proof. You can look at I tell people, look at all my videos. You'll never see me do that shit. Never, ever, because it doesn't faze me. See, people use this platform to build their morale, to build their ego, and think that they're this famous person because they have a few people on there, and half these subscribers are not even real. The 820 subscribers I have, those are real people. They're not robots, and I didn't buy any of them. But I bet you a lot of people did, and it ain't my fucking problem. You honestly think hundreds of thousands of people are watching these losers? Pfft, not in this lifetime. It ain't happening. The numbers don't add up. So I don't really care about that stuff. I try not to talk about it because I know people get mad and stuff. So I just leave it at that. I'm just talking like that because it's you and I in here. But That's why I don't really have too many friends on here. Yeah, I don't have too many friends on YouTube and this stuff. I don't really like to be friends with too many readers because readers can be very disrespectful when they're ready and they're not getting their way, or if like you say something to them, like they get too sensitive because like I'm a guy, I have a lot of knowledge about this stuff, but I'm not a know-it-all and I don't claim to be. But a lot of people like they try to make it seem like I'm like that, or they'll say make comments like that and talk shit. And I'll be like, whatever. You say whatever you want. Judge me. Oh yeah, I know I have trust me, I have a lot more friends than you think. Yeah, and I know you know that, but like I said, there's 800 and something people that are subscribed to me. They're real people that I know and that I communicate with, you know, throughout the year. And I know they're real because they know I'm real. So like, um, and that's why like I can honestly say that every single one of those subscribers are real. And I didn't have to buy any of them or bribe any of them or bullshit them. So that makes me happy that 800 and something people have confidence in me, knowing that I'm going to give them the right thing. And on my Instagram, same thing. All those people that follow me, all love me and care about me, and I've helped them at one point, even if it was just once. I don't care, you know? Oh, yeah, that's fine. And I don't really, like I always say, I'm not here for like, to be popular because I don't like to be. Um, I don't want attention. I don't want popularity, and I don't want like 10,000 subscribers, and I don't need super chats and all that shit. That don't phase me, you know. And I don't want to like. I've already like been pulled into like saying things, but because some people on here think that I need this shit, and I don't. I have a successful business. I don't need to be on here sitting on a chair, reading people's lives for a little bit of, money and aggravation. I don't need that shit in my life. I don't need to do this at all. I do it out of the goodness of my heart because I love doing it, and it might be my life one day, you know, when I get older and can't physically, work anymore. But, that's what I do. Like I just make sure that, I make sure I'm the best version of me. You think I share your channel for sub? Oh hell no. No way. Why? You have more subs than me. If that was the case, I would never deal with you, Sonny. Please don't think that. You know? When I say things, it's not directed to you. I'm talking to you, but I'm not directing anything to you at all. Nothing I say is directed to you. I respect you. I've read for you many times. I've never asked anything of you or anything like that. I respect everybody that comes in here, you know. Yeah, of course. I'm sure I do because I speak the truth. When you're real, they don't want you around. And I don't really care. I'm gonna speak until they ban me for good. I don't really care. And when they do, I have other platforms, you know. Yeah, I'm sure they do, but I can't help that. That's nothing, when you're real, you have those things happen to you, and I'm fully aware of that, but it says 10 likes. So I know that 10 people came in here and were satisfied, and that's all that matters. If I help 10 people today, I'm very happy. I don't care about YouTube. I don't care about Instagram or any type of bullshit because I'm still going to be me, you know? Yeah, I need a platform to connect, but at the end of the day, they don't need me and I don't need them Because at the end of the day, I can still go and do what I have to do. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. When I left here, it was the best day ever. When I didn't come back here for a couple months and I went on Instagram, it was a whole new life because I got what I wanted. I got privacy, I got the best people, and I didn't have no distractions, no trolls, nobody like questioning my opinions, my ability. I told everybody on here I'm moving to Instagram. Oh, but I don't have Instagram. I was like, well, that's my only choice right now. I have to go to Instagram because I'm not coming here no more because it's too negative here. It's too much disrespect. I'm done. I'm had enough of this place. This place is like ruining, people's lives, not just like it didn't ruin my life or anything because I didn't allow it to. But there's still a lot of toxic people over here. But I know how to handle them now. So it's all good. They gave up on me anyway. They're dealing with other people. So when I went to Instagram, I don't have any problem over there no more. But I hardly go on Instagram now because I come over here now because it's back to normal and I have a choice now as a channel. I can put subscribers only, but I would have never known that if I didn't see it on somebody else's channel. So that's why I like to surf and go to other people's channel and see what they're doing, see how they run things, how they control things, because I was in this person's channel. I tried to type and I'm like, what the fuck? Subscribers mode only. So you have to subscribe to talk? Oh, that's perfect. I'm definitely coming back now. But this is exactly what I want. Because your haters ain't going to subscribe to you and bother you because, they're going to get banned and they can't come back. And if they do, you keep banning them and then they're going to give up. So I did it. And I'm like, okay, perfect. I know that only my friends can see me now. So this is perfect. And that's why I'm back, because I put it on subscribers mode. So I don't have to deal with the public, because dealing with the public is worse. You get all sorts of idiots and people that disrespect you. So, that's why I came back. And I'm glad to be back. I'm very happy to be back. I'm very content being here. I've made a lot of friends, but I also have to like watch myself because sometimes I make the wrong friends. But that's everybody. We all have people who use us or try shit and talk shit behind your back, and that's why I don't really like fully trust anybody. But if I can feel it, and another thing is like, for instance, with you, when I came in your room, you were like, "Are you the Marky Mark from Rising Storm Terror?" Right? And I started laughing. Right? I was like, I can't believe this person knows me from there, right? So I was like, well, I guess she's cool because she knows Rising. So if she knows Rising, then I'll be cool with her or whatever. And I didn't judge you at all. I just see what you did. I pretty much stayed there, did what I had to do. You showed me respect, and I showed you respect, and that's how things should be. You didn't say, "Hey, get the hell out of my channel," or you're trying to promote yourself, or blah blah blah. And I've never talked to Sonny about you at all, because that's we all know each other and that's it. There's no reason to talk to each other about anything. But what broke my heart is what happened beginning of this year when somebody disrespected her that I knew, and when I found out about it, I was like, you gotta be fucking kidding me. See, this is why I don't like to be people's friends too much, because it all comes back to bite you in your ass. So, when things like that happen, it hurts me because I did so much for these people, and then you go and screw over a friend of mine. Like, are you serious? Like, we're all supposed to be a team. We're all supposed to help each other. So why would you go behind my back and do that to my friend? So I'm gonna trust my real friend, which is her, because I've known her forever. So like, when I hear things like that, it makes me mad. It discourages me from being friends with too many people, especially readers, because they can be the worst ones. That's how it is. It's the way it is. Some people just have no morals and values, and they don't give a shit. But that's how it is. Yeah, I love her. I love her. She's a good friend of mine. We've done a lot of collaborations together. She's funny as hell, and I always try to calm her down, because she gets worked up by these people. And when I saw Becca's comments this morning on our community page, I said, "Oh, here we go again." Like we have to stop doing that. Stop like worrying about what people think about us. And I made a comment on there to like pretty much get the point across that don't worry about that shit. These people are never going to be satisfied with the way you are. Even if you did show your face, they're gonna have something else to say, like they did with me. Hey Virgo, what's up, sweetie? So like I try to explain this to everybody that this is the way it is on here. People are never going to be satisfied. They're gonna say stupid shit. They're gonna like find out something to say about your body, what you're wearing, what you're doing, if your nails are clean, stupid shit. So people are gonna make you think about yourself. But if you totally ignore it and be like, yeah, whatever, like I don't fucking care what you say, or because I don't show my face, I don't give a shit what you think. My day was good, thanks. I had a good holiday. I hope you had a good holiday. I know you must be waiting for your birthday to come up. But I had, like I tell people all the time, I had a rough time on here at one point because I made some comments and people, took my comments out of context and made me look like I'm a bad person, which I'm not. And I also have to I also felt myself always trying to defend myself. And I'm like, this isn't me. Like I never have to defend myself because I know what I'm doing is true. I know who I am. Why am I allowing these people? I had to sit myself down and say, like, why am I defending myself? For what? Like, I know what I'm doing is right. I'm not doing anything to anybody. What I said was my opinion. If they don't like it, then fuck them. And that's pretty much what I say on every live. You don't like what I say, then don't come in here. But you ain't got to judge me. Don't judge me because I don't like certain things or if I say certain things. Like, I don't give a fuck what you think. You're not going to run my life and tell me what to think. But that's how things are. Like, people were always like that in the past. But, people have an agenda. They want you to do what they want and think what they want. So it's all about who you like. And I realized that I don't have to be liked by everybody. Neither was Jesus. People don't like Jesus either. That's why they nailed him to the cross and killed him, because he spoke the truth and he did what he had to do to better everybody's life. But, because he was a good person, they killed him. And that's exactly what they try to do to everybody. They try to kill your channel, kill your vibe, try to say that you hide yourself because, you're ugly or, you're a convict or, oh, you just show your hands and you look at your nails, they're fucked up. Look at your hands this way, that way. Oh, that's why you're single because, you're a miserable bitch. And then, they'll say, oh, Mark's hat had a hair hanging off of it. He didn't even clean his hat before he came on here. Oh, Mark showed me a card and, his right finger had had some, shit on his fingernail. He probably didn't take a bath today or something. I don't give a fuck what they say. Like, if I gave a fuck what these people say, then I would never be on here. I would never show my face. And I don't really care. People can say whatever they want. It don't faze me. I've been called so many names but it don't faze me. Because I know who I am. I know who I am. And I know what I'm worth. And I know who, like what I'm doing is the right thing. And all that matters is people in here love me and care about me and come to me. So if one person says something stupid, Why should we dwell on that one person? Why? It doesn't make no sense. It's stupid. Why should we care about the one or two stupid comments out of all the people that you have in here? Yeah, I actually don't even wish them peace or wish them anything. I really don't care about them. Like I don't, I forgive myself for actually giving them my energy because they don't really deserve peace and they don't really deserve to get my sympathy because if you're a bad person, you're in that category. You stay there. If you change and you apologize, then I'll look at you different. But if you came in with that bad intention, that means you are that type of person. You want to see me fail. And that's fucked up. You shouldn't be, even thinking about that about somebody. I really don't have too much like to say about people like that because they don't deserve nothing from me because you came and disrespected me and not even know me. So that just shows me that you're poor judgment and I don't really need you. So bye. A lot of my sister tells me all the time that she wishes she could be like me because I drop people like flies. I don't really care. You don't like me, that's your fucking business. If you don't like what I say, then don't come in here. If you don't resonate with me, then don't come in here. But I couldn't tell you the last time someone came in here and said to me that my readings were trash and I'm fake and I'm a piece of shit and you wasted your money on me. No one's ever come in here and said that to me. So I guess that's a plus, right? And if nobody says that to you, then that's a plus. So I met someone new. He's a Pisces and a bit younger than me. He seems intimidated by me though. Hopefully it ends up to work out. You want me to check for you? As an early birthday gift before I go to sleep. I've been wanting to go to sleep for the past umpteen hours. This is the longest live I've done in a long time. No, it's not New Jersey. It's Delaware. I'll send it to you though. The New Jersey one doesn't exist anymore. But I will send you that and the size of the bracelet and all that stuff. I will do that tomorrow. All right, Virgo. I'll do it for you. Okay. All right, Sonny, take care, sweetheart. Take care. You have a good night too. All right. Virgo, what I see here with this guy is in the next like week or so, there could be opportunities for you and him. I do see like I don't see him like kind of being shy or intimidated. I just think that he expects like things to be difficult because of maybe the age or maybe because like he thinks you have like a hidden agenda or it's just he anticipates like the worst. You know what I mean? He doesn't really think that, it's like it's too good to be true type of thing. Like, oh man, I got an older chick, I got a MILF, something like that. Like I just think that he expects difficulties, but I feel like he's interested. I feel like he has like, a good job and money. I feel like that part of his life is okay. But he looks at like he looks at you as an opportunity. Like he looks at like he thinks that you're an opportunity and he knows that things could be good, but he kind of like doubts that it's going to go anywhere. That's what I get. I would say that there is some type of intimidation there, maybe because of the age factor, or maybe because like he just thinks that, you're probably not interested in it. but it looks like it'll be fine. In the next 7 days, it could be good. He might even give you a birthday gift, to be honest. If he knows your birthday is Friday, he might even give you something. I think he'll give you a gift, but he kind of like, I think his, I think I feel like I repeat myself every day, but it's another case here where this person has like their own difficulties. So they're finding it hard to adapt to like being happy again or being in a relationship because they've had like some past difficulties and things like that. So I think that he has like a struggle right now he's trying to get over. And like once he gets over that, I think that, it'll get better, you know. But don't expect, it to, be perfect. If you have less expectations, then you won't feel so bad if it doesn't work. Because like I don't get nothing super concrete that it's gonna work, because you gotta be in his energy more in order for that to happen. Yeah, see, that's what it is. He's expecting like, and a lot of people are like that. I think that everybody's like that to a certain extent. When they had a bad ex situation, they kind of don't want that to happen again. So they're like, what the fuck, man, really? So but I think that it'll work out for the next week or so. But I don't want to look too far into it. But for the next 7 days, it looks promising. It looks good. Like he'll give you a gift, I think. I got the gift card there. So it looks like he'll give you a gift for your birthday or ask you or buy you a drink or something he'll give you. Um, and but he still expects, it to be difficult because he still hurts over his ex, I guess. So one day at a time. Yeah, no problem, sweetheart. I'll just give you your early birthday, question. It's all good. It's been a good day today. So I'm gonna go sleep. It's 1:18 in the morning. I've been on here for 4 hours. I can't believe I've been here for that long. But I had a good night tonight, and I came on earlier today and had a good time. So I've had a really good day today. I guess because of the holiday, everybody was like available. So I had a lot of people pass through here and talk to me and ask questions and have a fun time. We had a lot of good conversations in here today. So it's nice. I had a great time. All right. I look forward to coming on here a lot more now because things are a lot better on here now. There's no freaks around. So it's actually pretty good. All right, Virgo, take care, sweetheart. And I hope you have a good day tomorrow. And I'm gonna get out of here. It's like too damn late. Hey Drolandra, how you doing? I'm about to get out of here, so I will see everybody tomorrow. I've been on here for 4 hours. My ass is starting to hurt from sitting in this chair so long. So I'm gonna go sleep, okay? I will see you all tomorrow. I love you guys. Take care.